Wowza, that was an interesting turn of events. I don't know if anyone has made their way over yet. I don't know why everything broke. How odd and unusual. Yeah, so we had to hop streams real quick. My entire computer just like fully did not have a good time there. I don't know what it was. I don't know what's going on. All I know is that I must kill. Oh, frick, it closed out all my windows too. Yeah, so I had to fully like restart my computer. Don't know what the deal with that was. I'll just stay in main because then you can see yourselves. Blame the main on Spain. Yay! See, we have this little thing here. Hello everyone. Sorry about that. Sorry if I scared you. My computer died. Or rather, I had to kill it. I had to take it out back and shoot it 3 times in the back of the head. Yeah, the keys are gone. Sorry. Windows 11 things. I don't know if that was a Windows 11 thing. It was when I was screwing with OBS. I was on OBS. OBS just suddenly like froze, and then everything else froze, and then I couldn't interface with anything. But apparently, I could still change stuff. My resolution changed, but then my computer kind of like fixed itself. It was just stuck at a really small resolution. I think it's the fact that I wasn't working on the speedrun. I am working on the speedrun. The speedrun is right around the corner. We just need to go through this world building first, and then we're going to do the speedrun. The speedrun's coming up next. It's fine. It's going to be soon. The 12 gauge slugs will continue until performance improves. Exactly. If I give you $1, can we get the keys back? Yes. And then if someone else pays me $1, I will take them away. And I will absolutely, like, the war for the keys will be fought, not on the battlefield, but with the wallet. You may take away the keys, or you may grant them to the community with your buying power. Was it a power surge? I mean, I don't think it was a power surge because I can't believe I added the tango down every time you donate. Okay, let me add back the keys. Jingle, 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 jingle. You know what? Oh, whoop. Sorry, that was my bad. What if I make it so that the more money you donate, the bigger the keys are, and the more of the screen they take up? And anyway, apparently I need to go. I do have a good one, y'all. Enjoy. Well, so first off, before everyone leaves, before everyone starts fighting over the keys, hi, I'm Arrow. I'm a TTRPG tuber. I am a VTuber that talks about TTRPGs, writing, advice. In chat, feel free to say hello, say hi, and I will respond to you. And I'm going to start a Q&A that says, why do you think my computer died? Let me know in the comments below. Actually, no, I'm just going to do, TTRPG Q&A/AMA. Shoot me with your questions as if they were a 12 gauge. Cool. You need to milk your almond. Okay, so I did not know for the longest time. I legitimately did not know for the longest time that the way you get almond milk is not that you milk an almond. It is that you take an almond and you grind it up into a very fine powder, and then you put that into a milk like watery substance, or into like a watery substance that then makes it milky. I did not know that for the longest time. You saw the new Mario movie with my brothers. It was awesome. Okay, was it awesome, or was it like on par with the first Mario movie? Because I saw the first Mario movie in theaters when it came out because some people I knew wanted to see it, and it was very not good. Like, it wasn't awful, but it was like 80%. I understood that reference the entire movie. So if Super Mario Galaxy was similar, Did I use the right canticles and prayers to the machine spirit? I think it might have been the wrong oil. That might have been what it was. But yeah, so today, I can't stay forever. Sad, I know. I am going to have to go after only a couple hours because I have to catch a flight later tonight. Luckily, I should be fine. I already have my videos done for tomorrow and Sunday, and I will be back on Sunday, so next week should be unaffected. But what I want to do is Neolithic, this creature's TTRPG. I want to work on it. I want to work on biomes. I want to work on the different areas that you can travel across, and I feel, why not include you in this, right? You were more happy to hang out with your family. Yay! You're so happy the keys are back. Awesome. The Mario Galaxy movie's nostalgia bait tries to set up plot, but then never pays it off. So it was exactly like the first one. Understood. It was pretty good. You hadn't seen the last one, but your brothers wanted to take you, so it got a cool poster. Ooh, nice. Yeah, because I watched the first one, not because I wanted to, but because people that I was like hanging out with wanted to, and so I was like, sure, I'll watch the Mario movie, and I did not care. Super Mario Galaxy, game I grew up with, I played, never beat. I got probably like a third of the way into it and just never completed it. It's one of those games that like I have like I distinctly remember having played. I never like got into it. I never like beat it or anything. So that might be a fun game to play at some time. It's weird to me though to think of Super Mario Galaxy as nostalgia bait, because when I think Super Mario Galaxy, I think like, oh yeah, that's not like the newest Mario game, but that's one of the more recent ones. I think it was like 20 years ago. I think it came out like 2008, 2009, because it was not the flagship with the Wii, but it came out within a year or two of the Wii coming out. And by now, the Wii is a virtual console. A virtual console. Just looking at the pages here, and yes, my mind is in the gutter because the first thing I noticed is Groper. Arrow, please explain. So, what this is that this is a... Oh, did I only grab flange field? No, planes. Haha! I'm a genius. So this is a TTRPG I'm working on, where you are creatures in a Stone Age in a Stone Age civilization, where magic is fading from the world. Right now, the world is chaotic. It is all magical. Magic can account for anything. You don't need to have like reproductive organs because more of your species just pop up randomly because of magic. You don't need to like have a digestive tract because you can just like eat magic, right? Magic solves all of your base needs and functions. However, magic is fading. Therefore, you do not need, like, you need to evolve and adapt and catch up with evolution before magic leaves you behind. So that's the core of the setting. That's the core of the system. In here, in the plains, I am making different regions, which are just like broad ecological niches. It's like plains and hills and mountains and coastal areas and swamps. And then within each of those, I'm making at least one example biome to kind of indicate what it's like. And so the example biome of the plains is the Phalangifeld, which is a section of plains covered in fingers growing from the ground called grass roots. So it's a field covered in fingers. One of them, the creatures in it, are called arc gropers, because when I'm coming up with names, some of them are going to sound kind of sussy. And the arc groper is a fog of arc gropers, because I love the idea of all of these having like a murder of crows or like a parliament of owls. They glide over vast distances of the fields, allowing their tassels to comb through fingers to contact pack quips. They use their mandibles and spikes to skewer prey for later consumption, generally while perched upon stable ground. Sometimes they get caught by dense finger patches, requiring self-mutilation of tassels. And so these are like combing predators. They are like a basking shark, except instead of or like a baleen whale, where instead of like having a mouth in front of it that catches stuff that it swims through, it is flying above it, and it has these Velcro-like tassels that will catch stuff beneath it. And then it will pick those up, skewer it, and then eat it later. So why is it called an arc groper? Because I thought that was a fun name. That has nothing to do with the actual, like, the arc or the groping. Phalangifeld sounds Germanic. Covered in what? Phalanges. It's a field covered in phalanges. What is this? Some kind of Phalangifeld? A Baleen? Right, thank you. 2007? Oh my gosh. Just looking at the pages here. Yeah. Not much spoilers, but also characters from other Nintendo games. One is shown in the trailer. Did they like have Zelda and Link show up, and Link goes like, "Oh boy, I love lasagna and I hate Mondays," and then there's like a laugh track? Because that's what I'm assuming is the sort of thing that they're doing. Have I ever seen Wayne Barlow's Expedition? Wayne Barlow's Expedition. Is this that Expedition 33 I keep hearing about? 1990 speculative evolution and science fiction book written as a first-person account of a 24th century crewed expedition to the fictional exoplanet of Darwin 4. And then there's many extraterrestrial ecosystems as if it were real. No, that's basically the exact same premise. But instead of doing sci-fi, we are doing prehistory, I guess, historical fiction. You're gonna call it the Thingy Field? I mean, you can. Like, that's probably what kids would call it. You could make a small animal that has beneficial relationship with the phalanges, trimming their nails as food and projecting the roots from other animals. So, what I did, just to kind of give you an input into my biome, I took the biome. I have a central theme of it. So, like the phalange field is a field of fingers, and then I made 3 plant-like things, not quite plants, and I made 3 animal-like things, not quite animals. And generally, I made it so that there's at least one small creature that there's a lot of, and at least one big creature that there's not a lot of, generally, across all of the biomes. So I currently have, there are 12 regions, and I have 6 regions with biomes. So let me run through the phalangophile, and that'll give you like a clue into how this works. So I have a brief description of like what it is, including all the animal descriptions and all the plant descriptions. I have 3 flora. So I give the grass roots up. It's a palm of grass roots. Each individual kind of like creature page or species identification, I suppose, has their uses, as well as the superstitions surrounding them. So their uses is how are they utilized by nearby civilizations and cultures? Because ultimately, everything has a use if you do not have access to like modern technology. You will find a use for the most useless seeming thing if you have to. So I wanted everything to have multiple uses, whether or not that is direct. So for instance, the fingers can't be eaten. I didn't want them to just be like a food source. However, they can be ground into a gum-like adhesive paste. They can substitute as a low-quality feed for livestock. And the nails can be ground up to make dyes, right? Because the nails are like multicolored. And then superstitions about them. This is just like what people assume about them. Are these true? Maybe, maybe not. And then I move on to the next one, right? So I have in the phalangophile, I have grass roots, which is like the grass, effectively. I have twistle bushes, which are like bushes. I have trap paw pads, which are big, like almost like terrestrial lily pads that act as like little trapdoors. And then we have pack whips, which are kind of like almost like prairie dogs, almost, or like voles, nearly. Arc gropers, which are like a bird that like combs through the fingers with its tassels and like picks up the pack whips. And then we have nevermoles, which are big burrowing like mole-like creatures, right? So we have not a full ecosystem, but we have enough of an ecosystem that if you spend a session walking through it, you can walk across a dense path, like a dense palm of grass roots. You can see that there's an entire platoon of pack whips that are running around, and they're currently harassing a lone nevermole, right? And then you might make up camp next to a rampart of twistle bushes, and you use that for firewood, right? And then maybe you don't ever see an arc groper, maybe you don't worry about the trap paw pads, but even that, if you spend a session there, that feels like its own ecosystem that you as the GM can fall back on. You can say like, hey, here's what it is. And then if the players are like, hey, we want to kill that nevermole, what can we use it for? You as a GM would know, okay, well, if its claws and head, if its claws like make tool heads, and its teeth are ground into powders for elixirs, and its plump, flat, fatty flesh means it can be eaten. So, like, the Nevermole's a good target to hunt. Meanwhile, the Packquips, like, their little flesh is gamey without much ether. They have to be prepared into a stew or like as a meat spread. They have low quality leather that are like patches. So like there's enough information for you as the GM to kind of like run it. Even if these biomes are not intended to have the level of detail that an entire game would be set here. Because ultimately, the Neolithic, the Creatures TTRPG, is a system where you are traveling. It is a system where you go from point to point to point. You might travel through the Phalangefeld 3, 4, 5 times, but you're never going to like spend, or you're probably not going to spend many, many sessions continuously in it. So that's the intent. You brought up the Phalanges go to the salon to get their nails colored. Yeah. So you brought up the idea of like, oh, a creature, what if it like trims the nails of the Phalanges? Like, that's exactly the sort of thing that I want to include in the system. And that's something where like the Phalangefeld, I'm not really going to add that because I already have that. But that's something where you as a GM, you can easily add in like a Wibble Wobble that is a eel-like creature that has centipede legs, and it likes to go to very particularly dense palms of grass roots, and it likes to hide under particularly jagged ramparts of twistle bushes, and it likes to rest there until night comes. And then it goes around and it trims all the nails of the grass roots around it and protects its roots from Nevermoles, right? And that would be a perfect fit, right? That would be a perfect fit for this area. And that's what I want to do. I want to get across the vibe of the biome. And to contrast that, let me grab, instead of the Phalangefeld, we can grab the... You want the hills, the forest, the swamp, or the mountains? What are we feeling? Because I have all of those are done. Mountain, swamp. I'm seeing more swamp. Forests are fun. Forests are fun. Swamp. Okay, it sounds like swamp is where it's at. Like, obviously, like I can go through all of them if you really want. But at least for now, just as this example. Let me grab the swamp. Okay, so Phalangefeld, right? Fingers, fields, all of this stuff. Now contrast that. And the formatting is going to be slightly different, so my apologies. Contrast that with the swamp, the salt drifts. So you have the Phalangefeld, which is like these fields of fingers, versus the salt drifts, where the salt drifts is a basically like the Dead Sea, but a swamp. It's that salty, right? It's super salty. So you have brine muck, which is like this coating muck that just is at the bottom of the actual basin. That at night it has little like tendrils that raise up and like grab at like bits of salt that are like literally like sediment that are floating through the streams of the swamp. You have drift skim, which are big giant tufts of moss that float across the top of it. And they're bioluminescent on the bottom to mimic nighttime, so that when they eventually cover up an entire area of downflow from the swamp, the brine muck beneath them think it's night, and so they're constantly raising up their feeder tendrils, which will lower the salinity of the pond, so that they can continue coming in. Then you have the solastra, which are like spindly branching trunks that hide under the water. They're like underwater trees effectively, but they're, instead of having leaves, they have big cup-shaped flowers, and the flowers are literally used as cups. Like they retain their usefulness after you take them out. The Wapatape are like two-limbed bipeds, like feathered little like dinosaur creatures that can run across the water with their webbed feet because they're so small and so light. You have the Minorok, which are little like big, or not little, these are like big hermit crabs, like dog-sized hermit crabs that secrete a mucus from their eyes that catches in the stream, and it trails behind them, which allows them to create these salt rock shells that naturally break over time, inevitably becoming like an ornate design, right? Because what happens is that it gets longer and longer and longer until eventually it snaps. And then you have the QB. QB? How do I don't know how to say I wrote this. I don't know how to say it. And then this is a kind of like a big giant fish that has 2 sets of mouths, and they have what is this? I'm sorry. I've written I've written 6 biomes, and I've written 6 things for each. That's 36 creatures as one-off things that I'm literally just using to fill up the world that I didn't even put much time and effort into. So I'm sorry. They're basically giant fish, 3-meter long fish that swim underneath the water of the swamp and occupy it. So as you can see, very different vibe to the Phalangifeld. However, the core tenet of it all feels self-contained. It's all related to salt, whereas the other one, it was all related to these fingers. I want there to be some guiding light to whatever area we find ourselves in. Black deck players, oh my gosh. Did you know that there's bodies of water within the ocean that's basically more heavily saline goo pools? Yeah, so within the ocean, underwater, there are pools of denser, more saline water that is closer to a goop, right? That are pools of water within the water. And there's tons of that stuff where I don't think I knew that was for saline specifically, but there are pools of water within the water. I absolutely know that. I just didn't know the mechanics behind it. Yeah, brine pools. So imagine a brine pool on the surface. That's kind of what we're going for here. So this is the vibe we go for biomes. Do you want biome suggestions or creature plants for them? So what we're gonna do, I went through and I've written up 6 of them. I've written up 6 of the ether-starved. Sorry, let me grab the difference between them. The rift-starved regions. Right, so the swamp, the fields, these are rift-starved regions. They lack ether. Obviously, they're still going to be affected when the rift closes and ether fades from the world and magic is gone. However, these are mostly normal, as normal as you can get. So as weird as the salt drifts are, they still do make sense, right? As weird as the Phalangifeld are, they still have an ecosystem that can take care of itself. And they're generally easier to traverse. They have access to less ether, so when you're traveling through them, you can find less ether. However, generally it's gonna be easier to travel through. What we're gonna work on is that there's 6 more biomes, and these are your rift bleached regions. And this is the opposite. These are inundated with ether, with magic, and so they will not work. They will break down and completely collapse ecologically once the rift closes. They will not be sustainable after the rift closes. And they're more difficult to travel through, but they have much more ether. If you're traveling through them, you have many more opportunities to grab magic, ether, as you're traveling through it. So this, as weird as the Phalangifeld is, it makes kind of sense, cohesively, even if it's kind of out there and weird. The salt drifts, they make sense. They have a self-sustained ecosystem where the salinity feeds into itself. With these upcoming 6 of a subterranean biome, a coastal biome, an Arctic biome, a desert biome, a volcanic biome, and the Badlands. These 6, I want it to be crazy. I want it to be this really is only held together by magic. And so I need your help for that. What I need is I need your crazy ideas. I need to pick one of these biomes. So I'm going to grab 6 of them. And you need to help me make this make no sense, but in a way that fits the vibe, right? Hey, log out. The rift closing is game. It is a game event. There's a literal countdown timer as you play. Also, I know I said say hi earlier. I don't know if everyone did. So if you're here and you want to say hello, hi. I'll just drop a hi and I'll say hello to you. Some bodies of water go so deep oxygen doesn't actually affect them, preserving what sinks into it. There are many ships off the coast of Greece in there. Wow. I'm not caught up to everything. What's going on? I love lore yappage. So we're making a TTRPG, or I'm making a TTRPG system, and it's about a Stone Age civilization where evolution effectively hasn't been invented yet. Magic fills the world. The world has something called the Rift, which has ether, which is basically like mana, magic, whatever you want to call it, flowing through the world. The core of the system is that you are playing a species that is trying to adapt and evolve before the Rift closes, because right now you don't have reproductive organs. Just more of your species pops up into existence whenever you need more, because that's what magic does. You don't have a stomach and an esophagus and a mouth that you can chew food in. You just kind of like stand next to something and absorb its essence, because that's what magic does, right? So the Rift is closing, and there is actual gameplay mechanics about magic fading from the world, and that is a core part of the system. So once the Rift closes, generally it's assumed you're going to stop playing the game, but you can play after that. So with the idea of like every other biome, I generally had this creature eats this creature. Like the Arc Gropers eat the Pack Quips. The Pack Quips use the Phalangifeld, like the grass roots, for shelter. The Nevermole seems to have some like eats the mud fuzz, right? I don't want that. with the Rift Bleach regions, these will not function once magic is gone. Like the other ones, the Rift Starved ones, those are, yeah, magic fading will make everything change, but ultimately you still have trees that have like squirrels living in, or squirrel equivalents living in them, and the squirrel equivalents are still eaten by hawk equivalents. Here, I want it to be the trees eat the hawks, and the hawks kill the squirrels for fun, and the squirrels burrow into flowers that then strangle the trees. Like, I don't want it to be recognizable. I want it to feel alien, which is why I titled the stream World Building is Unhinged. And so that's what I need you for. Because I can only be so unhinged. Also, in swamps there are, I can't remember if it's bogs or mires or something, but the acidity is at a certain point where you can mummify bodies. So it's swamps, bogs, it's swamps, mires, peat bogs, like there's all different names. For swamps, I said, though technically distinct, swamps, bogs, marshes, and even ponds all share similar ecological niches. So therefore, like mechanically, if you want your species to be natives to a swamp or a bog or a marsh, it's all just swamp. Just for sake of the fact that I'm not an ecologist, right? But hello, Trey and Paradox and DJ and Moth and Bee and some dude and Logout and Cinnabar and Guard Painter and Real Robot and Bendy and Jamelsberry and Skeleton and DP. There we go. I think I got everyone. Cats that are literally like that's kind of perfect. Like that's the sort of thing that I want. So what do you want to start with? Do you want to start with subterranean? Because subterranean is like underground. Coastal, which is the shore. Arctic, which is more like tundra but also taiga, like anywhere that is like really cold. Desert, which is pretty specific, or I mean like desert in the system will encompass both proper deserts as well as like savannas and scrublands. Like most of the southwest of the US would fall under this. Because again, I'm not trying to like make a differentiation between a savanna and a sand desert. Similarly, even though Antarctica is a desert because it's lack of precipitation, I think I would still classify that as Arctic because it's cold, right? This is more like vibes wise. It's more about heat. Volcanic, volcanoes, lava, Hawaii would be a great example. And then Badlands is anywhere that's just like stripped of its identity because ether has like so suffused into the place. I'm gonna say let's do Badlands last, right? Because we want to get a good vibe first, right? I have a weird idea for an Arctic region. Yeah, hit me with it. So remember, all of these These are regions, and we are going to build a biome within it. So in the same way that the plains, I have some information about them, and then the Phalangefeld is a biome within the plains. Not every plains is a Phalangefeld, but the Phalangefeld is considered mechanically plains. Just like how the Salt Drifts is a specific example, is a specific biome of the swamps. So we're looking for a specific desert. We're looking for a specific biome of the Arctic. We're looking for a specific coastal biome. What about land-based ether sponges? Like that's good. That's good. So what are we feeling? Desert, Arctic. So what are the specifics of how ether just like, oh, listen, this is probably the most hand wave, it's magic that I'm ever going to do, right? Like this is not a setting where you are allowed, I'm not even going to say supposed, I'm going to say allowed to understand how the magic works, because the whole point of the system is exploration. The whole point of the system is a whimsical world that you don't understand and get to explore. And that is dangerous nonetheless. That is scary nonetheless, but ultimately is exciting. And the more defined the magic system, the more understood ether is, the more you as a player or a GM or as a viewer or I as the writer understand the specifics of ether, the less otherworldly it becomes, and the more of just, oh, this is just like, it's just special oil, right? Ether can do anything, which is why the fact that it's fading is so scary. Centipede that constricts its prey? So I say, someone said desert, someone else said Arctic. I'm not seeing a lot of strong opinions, so I'm going to just start subterranean. The way subterranean would work is, let me grab the formatting, because I think what I did is I did a small section of just like, what is subterranean? And then I did biome name, and then let me just grab this as an example. So subterranean. So delete you. This is, what is a subterranean region? It is subterranean. Applause. It's underground. What the hecky heck? It's underground, be it in confined tunnels, claustrophobic, like be it in confined tunnels, claustrophobic burrows, or just literally giant underdark level caverns, right? So subterranean, again, all the regions are pretty broad. So subterranean is just, it's underground. There is no sky, there's no sun, there's no moons, like you can't tell the time. The thing that defines the subterranean is that it's just underground. So, first question with the subterranean, do we want it to be really tight and narrow? Do we want it to be like literally like it's a 4 foot tall expanse off in every direction? Do we want it to be a giant underdark style cavern that has glowing crystals in the sky that function like starlight? Do we want it to be all within the digestive tract of a huge subterranean creature that you have to watch out because those pools of liquid are actually just stomach acid? Like, that's the kind of stuff we can do, right? That's the kind of crazy stuff we can do. Subterranean could be entirely within another creature, right? It could be a huge mountain-sized monster who is asleep or dead, and its open mouth is the entrance to an entire civilization within. Do ravines count? I would say ravines are closer to the mountains, and I already did the mountains. So because ravines are such like high-low elevation contrast, I think that counts because they have they can see the sky. Moles that collect metal and ore they find and add it to the almost metal carapace like volcanic snails. Ooh. In relation to Antarctica, a weird thing I had dreamed of way back when in earlier lore writing shenanigans, I came up with post-apocalyptic New York. The center of the story's center held a lovely, unforgiving storm that just blew through roughly 5 square miles with no sign of clouds, no other air pressure. Just a sudden wall of ice and wind that blasts out of nowhere. Huh. What about the subterranean biome? A lot of life has been previously based predator vision? Oh, ether-based predator vision. Right, so like it's like thermal but for ether, and like every living creature, whether a plant or animal, has ether, right? So like the thing that allows you like animation even if you don't have legs, that allows you to move even without legs, see without eyes, taste without a tongue, is ether. What if carnivorous? I like carnivorous rocks. I'm not gonna lie, I really like carnivorous rocks. Because remember, I'm not making 3 plants, 3 animals. I'm making 3 plant-like things, 3 animal-like things. There is the forest. The example forest is the copper cores, which are based on the redwoods. And they are huge, like 40, 50, 60 meter tall trees that are made of stone. And within them, they naturally produce copper and zinc ore, which is why bronze was discovered in them. Like bronze was first developed because copper cores, as trees that grow naturally developed copper and zinc ore in tandem, and therefore you could make the alloy very easily. And then that's why bronze was discovered so early, is because it was naturally occurring. And that's the kind of stuff that like makes this setting so crazy. So like carnivorous rocks for sure. A combination between the Underdark and the monster combo where you're in a symbiotic relationship where the monster takes care of parasites and things and the monster provides shelter and protection. Like, what would it be called? We can wait on the name. But like, I'm liking that the example is within a large creature, but within the creature is indistinguishable from underground. So you enter the mouth of this creature, and it looks like a cave mouth. You walk in, and you continue down, but there are these like pools of like acid that are the stomach digestive acid of this creature. There's ether running through the walls that can be mined out because that's effectively like the internal linings of like the blood flow and the ether flow of this creature. And occasionally it will move. Occasionally it will just go to a completely different location. So giant creature that is underground, whose mouth looks like a cave. Inside is rock and stone for Carl. Highly acidic pits. And the walls are lined with ether veins. Just don't mind too many. I think the giant creature should be a filter feeder. What if the creature like ambiently absorbs the ether of everything inside of it? But because there's like, I don't know, 500 creatures that are like of like a playable character level, it's taking like 1% of your total ether daily. So while you're in it, like you're still like hunting and you're still like growing stuff and you're still getting more ether than you're losing, but because it is just kind of passively taking off a little bit of ether from everything within it, it is effectively like no issue. Passively drains small amounts of ether from everything within it. The amount drained inversely proportional to the number of creatures. So if you're the only thing in it, you're screwed, right? If there's only 10 creatures in it, you're kind of in rough shape. However, that doesn't mean that like it's malicious, right? So carnivorous rocks. What are we feeling? Carnivorous rocks. How do we describe carnivorous rocks? Do they look like rocks, or are they actually just rocks? And do we want them to have big mouths? Do we want them to just kind of like, you touch them and they're sticky, and if you stay on them, they absorb you? Do we want it to be that it's less so that they physically like eat you, and they more so try to, like, they're malicious and they try to crush you? Rocks that are like quicksand. Big mouths are cool. So do we want it to be that they like, in the wall, there is a bunch of rocks that like shift together and form one big giant mouth that tries to like crush you? Or do we want it to be like, individually, there will be like a 1 meter diameter rock that has a big giant mimic mouth on it, and inside it has like a tongue and teeth, and it can open up and it can bite you? Like, do we want these to be creatures that on the outside are made of stone? Or do we want these to be rocks that move together in a malicious, intelligent manner? What if the rocks are like leeches or ticks? Okay. Ranging in size from 1 centimeter to well over a meter based on their age. Covered in stone, stone creatures that have a flat, sticky side that is mildly adhesive to flesh, scale, and fur. Attaches to creatures, passively draining ether over time. Larger. So they're if a name for them, right? If we get like a name for them, I would reference like carnivorous rocks. Larger carnivorous rocks might absorb errant creatures into them. When cracked open, they are entirely made of stone, but have a noticeable core of pure ether. Right? So it's like they're little ticks, they like stick to you when they're small, but then the larger they are, the more it's like quicksand, right? Unable to move. Unable to move. Unable to move. But seemingly everywhere. Grows based on their consumption? Or grows with ether consumed. Right? Stone sap. I like stone saps. Stone saps? Stone sap. So now with the plural, this is something where I like to have it be like a cheeky reference, or just like an associative vibe. Kind of like how owls are seen as intelligent, so it's a parliament of owls. Crows are seen as bad omens, so it's a murder of crows. It doesn't really make sense. Like, it's not like it could be like a landslide of stone saps. It could be a flow of stone saps. I mean, it could be like a quicksand. Like, does anyone know what like a large collection of quicksand is? I do like Vein and Coven. I like those for two different ideas. Stone saps or sap stones? They're the exact same idea. They have slightly different vibes. Sapstone sounds more like an item. Stone sap sounds more like a creature. You feel? So I feel like I kind of want to go stone sap. And I like encumbrance. Right? Removal is often painful but not difficult. Right? So it's the idea of like it kind of hurts to remove them, but ultimately it's not that difficult. A trypophobia of stone saps? A vat, a cup, a pit. Okay, so now we get into the fun bit. What are they used for? Obviously, clearly. So real quick. Uses is literally what are they used for? Like what do species use them for? Like, what are 3 things that they actively literally do? And then superstitions is what do people assume they can do? So first off, I think sapstone, or is it sapstones? Stone sap, right? Stone saps prioritize negative ether and are therefore like for medicine, right? Because the idea of like, oh, they prioritize negative ether and allowing them to drain you a small amount increases your health, right? Like, that's the kind of thing that's like a superstition that we don't know if that's true. In your game, that might be true, but that's what people assume about it. Yeah, like ether letting, literally. Stone sap makes it sound like they suck rocks. To lean into the parasite thing, maybe they steal food from the cave and grind it down to a paste to eat. I think the easy recognize or easy consistent or cracked open for their ether, cracked open for their consistent deposits of pure ether, right? But like, what else? Like obviously, if you have a stone sap, I'm gonna break it. I have magic. Like you just have magic in you. You're like a little geode of magic. What else is there? I like the idea of the medicine. I think that's a superstition. Bondage? Punishment? Applied to prisoners / accused in some species as a punishment, right? So it's just like, now, okay, you like, because you killed your fellow kin, like, we believe in we not killing, so we're gonna just put some stone saps on you and they will weigh you down, right? I don't know about execution, but like, definitely. I mean, you say immobilize. Aliens in your TTRPG, who would have thought? These are actually Stone Age creatures, so like, kind of alien. What about thrown or fired from slings as adhesive ether draining projectiles? How's that? Ammunition? Yeah. If tracking ether is somehow possible, could maybe use one as an air tag? Oh, that would be smart. Right? So it's the idea of like, these aren't for food. These don't help like the ecosystem. They are like, we kill them because we don't like them. And we apply them to people we don't like. The digestive process of big stone sappers can be used to aid. That's good. No, I really like that. The issue is I've been going 3 for each, and I don't want to start adding more. So, I mean, like, I should make it clear, like, yes, they have consistent deposits of ether, applied to some. Okay, wait. What if prisoner will drain more from someone who is actively lying? Right? Thrown or fired. So thrown or fired from slings as an adhesive ether drain projectiles, or applied to prisoners as punishment. Like, that's kind of the same thing, right? And then older stone saps stone saps naturally ferment what they absorb. Do we need to crack it open, or does it just kind of like spill it out later? I like the idea of you have to crack it open. So you have these big stone saps that like you can only get that big by having them drain something, right? So it would be this weird economy of, okay, so I want to make this like really older stone saps naturally ferment what they absorb, creating alcohol or even elixirs. Is usually waste products, so draining waste. Naturally ferment what they absorbed, draining out alcohol or even elixirs. Like, how do we phrase this? It looks like a fossil on the inside from the remains of what it... Oh, cracked open for their consistent deposit of pure ether. An imprint of what they have absorbed most recently. Right? A physical... cracked open for their consistent deposits of ether, which take on a form shaped by what they absorbed most recently. Okay, so we'll drain more from someone who is actively lying. What is the final superstition with them? If you crack open a large one, you'll be cursed by the spirit. Do we think it's you're cursed or you're freed? Like, is it that the spirits get, like, they curse you, or they're happy that they're free? Animal bones inside of them are believed to be supernatural beings. Cursed. Update from the Kane game that hit sobriety with the car. The group split up in game and I had to kill a perfect centipede. Eee! Maybe you don't have to crack them open for the alcohol, but you can scrape the surface. Naturally ferment what they absorb. Alcohol or even elixirs being able to be scraped off the surface. Because, like, remember, this is weird. We want this to be weird. Like, I have a big rock that I put alcohol into, or that I put like a fruit into, and then I have to scrape the top off, and now I have wine. Like, that's so weird. I love it. I feel I would want to be released. That's my thought process, right? Question. Stone saps that fully absorb a sentient creature will take on its soul and personality. How do you feel about that? Oh no, Grandpa died to a stone sap. Guess we should keep around the stone sap so it's like Grandpa is here. And then you have this culture where grandpa is the one that like gives you this alcohol. And so you're literally like feeding grapes or apples or like whatever the equivalent is to grandpa. And then he's giving you wine. So clearly you're doing something right. Right? And then so suddenly you have cultures where it's just like in the maw, in this creatures, any creatures that are down here are like, there's probably like Grogan is one of the species. They probably have a very strong culture here. I mean, what if it's like a death ritual? What if you're what if you're from here and like, if you're going to die soon, whether from illness or injury or old age, it's just kind of like assumed, it's a kind of like expected that you will go out and like, you will purposely be absorbed into a stone sap so that you quote unquote take it over. And then now you can help your family for generations to come. Like maybe you were a famous alchemist, so you get thrown into a stone sap so that you can continue making better elixirs for the rest of eternity. Like, then breaking one open is messed up since you're stealing the new body. Exactly. And that's why cracked open for their consistent deposits of pure ether. Do we have that they take the form of which they most absorbed? Or do we just keep it like it's kind of like a geode, where just like the inside is just formless ether? These types of stone saps that have fully absorbed a sentient creature will take on its soul and personality and are called stone souls? Soul saps? Sap souls. Sap souls? I feel like sap soul. Geode feels better because I like the idea of it becomes like a fossil on the inside of what it most recently absorbed. But at the same time, I also kind of like just it's formless, right? This is a crazy sick creature, and this is like what I want everything to be. This is the sort of thing that like I just really enjoy this populating this world. Maybe they're called cairns. Okay, so alternatively, we don't name it, and that's up to the species. Because remember, we on a meta level writing this are writing generalized. Maybe there's a type of stones get piled into a cairn in the village. Oh, as a cemetery. So remember, I am writing this generalized, but in your game, there will probably be like the maw will have, this is subterranean. So like the Vortbath, which are like mushroom, like lizards effectively, they might be inhabiting here. So the Vortbath would have their own name for stone saps that have absorbed one of their own, right? So, and they might have a different relationship with the stone saps than, gosh, what's the other, is it, it's not the Lomps, is it? It might be the Lomps. Vortbath and the Lomps. So what if the creature forms the basis of an animistic religion? Okay, so that's the sort of stuff, all this stuff, that would be specific to your game or to a specific region, right? I'm avoiding like, members of this particular species have this religion formed around it because this is supposed to be generalized. Enjoy some, dude. There's a question of who wants to live forever, so if you're forcing the stone sap, it could beg people to release it. However, remember, this is a superstition. This is not confirmed. We don't know on a meta level, is this true or not? In your world, yes, it might be true. No, it might not be true. However, this is what some people believe about it. And that's the really important thing about the superstition. The superstitions in this setting, with the biomes, are explicitly not confirmed, but also believed. In the same way that, I don't know, you don't walk onto a ship with your left foot first, right? That is a superstition, or once you say something, you jinx it unless you knock on wood. Those are things that are not necessarily true, but a lot of people believe them, and some people have experienced things that make them assume it's true. Okay, so stone sap. That is one of six. Okay. Yeah, crossing paths with a black cat is bad luck, which like sucks for me because like I live with a black cat. Okay, so number 2, Y'all know how this works now. The question is, what else do we want down here? I personally like to have, for both creatures and for plants, I like to have one small thing that's very numerous and one big thing that is very not numerous. So, for instance, in and obviously this changes based on the region, but like I had a lot of pack quips that are really small but numerous in the Phalangifeld, and a couple Nevermoles, a couple Arc Gropers. Like, they are more like mid-tier in terms of their volume. In the Salt Drifts, those like trees, the cubies, QB is the fish. I'm sorry. But like tree and grass, bushes and lily pads, moss growths and muck on the bottom of an ocean. Like that's the kind of stuff that I want to balance with. Some of the things in it can be half made of like ether and things, but on rare occasions can be opalized. Oh my gosh. Cracked open for their consistent deposits of pure ether, as well as the fossilized remains what was absorbed. Crystallized? Crystallized. Come on, crystallized. Fossilized? Fossilized. Preserved? Preserved? Are we feeling fossilized, crystallized, or preserved? I think fossilized. I mean, you can make a barnacle-like plant that lines the cavern walls, absorbing heat. Oh, that's good. Because the whole place is like hot and humid. Brined? No, I don't think it's brined. Fossilized is accurate if the corpse was held in shape but not material. Yeah, I suppose. I suppose that is what we're going for. It's like remade of like ether and stone. So I like the idea of barnacles. 2 to 4 centimeters in diameter. Yet always appearing in patches upwards of 40 at a time. Always in so let's not say patches. Let's say I like the idea of like an armada, because like barnacles, ships, nautical, or we could go like more organic. We could go like a colony of barnacles, which like, yeah, that's all right, but I like the idea of like an armada of I like admiral. I like admiral. So how can we turn admiral into a weird name? Clutches? Ew, clutch. I love that. Like, I don't know why, that just hits me wrong, which means that that's a very good answer. So admiralty. How do we make this weird? So I think Armalte? And like, yes, this is the sort of thing I do for these names. I just like, I will take a normal word and I'll just remove letters and change letters until I get to a weird sounding word, like an Armalte. The clutch of barnacles up ahead in the cave. The clutch of Armalte. 2 to 4 centimeters in diameter, yet always appearing in patches, in clutches. Upwards of, I was gonna say 40. I feel like upward, always appearing in clutches, at least in the double digits. Coat the walls of the maw, because we're gonna change that name. Coat the walls of the maw, and occasionally its floor and ceiling. Subsist off the ether emanating ether and heat, because remember, this is entirely reliant on ether. this ecosystem will fall apart when there is no more ether. So I think it's just off the ether of the heat from the walls gives off a clear what's a good smell? Because I'm going to say a clear something smelling gas that cools around it. Because I want it to be like, these are like steam deposits, but for cooling. They're like fans that like have like a spritz to them. Sulfurous? Go have a clear sulfurous gas that chills the air around it. That dries the air around it. That dries and cools the air around it. If too wet, will fall off the wall and rise to a drier location. So because again, remember, these are weird animal, not animals. If it gets too wet, because the whole thing is that it wants it to be like dry and cool around it. If too wet, wait. If too wet, will fall off the wall and rise to a drier location. Sweats a sweet nectar when too hot. Right? Because like that's weird. That's so odd, because the thing that lives in the environment where if it gets too wet, it will like fall off and start writhing around trying to find a new dry spot, starts sweating when it gets too hot. That's so weird. Armalte sounds plural already, so maybe an armaltum? So what I'm doing is I'm comfortable with them just being the exact same. I kind of like an armaltum, though. An armaltum and then armalte. I like that. See, I was thinking mint at first. A clear... Like, I think mint is a little bit generic, though. So I'm thinking like maybe like lavender. Maybe persimmon. Like the word that comes to mind is like a vegetable smell, you know, like a root vegetable, something that is very basic, something that is very low key. Finding a single one seems awkward. Addressing the plural as the singular, could it kind of hint to that? No. Well, so I mean, I did mention that always appearing in clutches at least in the double digits. Although, okay, so I have a question. As a game designer, I want your opinion as a game player. If I am in a world that does not have parsley, and I reference that this smells like parsley, how does that make you feel? If this setting does not have mint, and I reference this smelling like mint, how does that feel for you as a reader? Because my gut instinct is no, don't do that. But also, how can I get across the fact that it smells like mint without referencing the fact that it's mint, unless I want to spend like a full sentence dedicated to describing the smell? Celery is another good one. Like, I don't dislike sulfur, right? It's just, so, I mean, sulfur isn't cool, which is why it fits that it doesn't make sense. Okay, wait. Sweats a sweet, sulfurous nectar. And then the sulfur depends entirely on the tone kayfabe of the doc. It's logical to explain, but it would be prone to the occasional, well, if it says here, right? You could define ahead of time that some other plant, but like that just kicks the can, right? If I define some other plant as smelling like mint, how do I describe that other plant is smelling like mint? A clear... Well, we know what mint is like. Mint could also be described as sharp cold. Yeah. Like, my default is almost always citric or floral, but I want to make sure I'm hitting on other notes. So it could be... I mean, I could say something weird. I could say something like sand smelling. Like, what does sand smell like? Good question. A clear sand smelling gas that dries and cools the air around it. If too wet, will fall off the wall and rise to a drier location and wriggle. I say it's fine with minty as a description in a world without mint. Like, I could say clear salty gas, right? Like salt smelling gas. Because we want it to be like, what is something that dries and cools the air around it? Like a dehumidifier. I'm gonna leave it sand smelling for now. We can come up with something else. So, uses. I think the nectar has got to be one of them. I think, are they? I mean, they're AC, they're air conditioning. Someone eats them. Some civilization eats them and knows how to prepare them. I think can be boiled to have the flesh wriggle from its shell. Can be boiled to have the flesh wriggle from its shell and then eaten directly from the pot. Right? Like you scrape off the barnacles, you put them in a boiling pot, they get wet, so they start wriggling out, and then you take them out and then you eat them. And how I would run this is that you add spices to the pot, and then you put them in, and then they start sweating into the pot, so then they have the nectar that's in the pot, and then suddenly you have like this spice blend in, like, you basically do like Korean hot pot. And then they wriggle out, and then you grab them and then you eat them. The nectar could be used as a salve or like the original purpose of glue. The nectar is sweet and sulfurous. So I think the nectar used as a like condiment, I'm thinking. As a sweetener. It's used as a sweetener in cooking, and used as a sweetener in cooking, and I've already had a lot of like adhesives. I've added a bunch of adhesives already. Nectar uses a sweetener in cooking, and like it could be used in medicine. And preservative? Oh, what is the shell it shakes out of can be used as a whip? See, that's the sort of stuff I love. The issue is, I think absolutely they're used as air conditioning. So I think harvested and allowed to attach in homes in order to climate control domiciles. Right. So I think that absolutely, if you're living in the mall, one of the things you do when you make a house is that you go out and you find some of these armilete, and you like toss some water on them, and then they come off and they wriggle, and then you grab them, you fetch them, you put them in a bucket, you come back to your house, and then you allow them to dry off, and then you put them on your wall, and then they stick there. And then now you have a cool, dry home. And then once you step outside, it's like stepping into like a humid jungle, right? but inside you're allowed to have air conditioning. And I think that is essential to this environment. Nectar is used as sweetener in cooking. Maybe it can be used in peace to reduce capacity of violence? I don't know. Nectar can be used as sweetener in cooking, and shell as a whistle. So it's a sweet sulfurous nectar when too hot. If too wet, will climb from its shell and wriggle to a drier location. So it's a sweet sulfurous nectar when too hot. What does the shell look like? Shell is rounded. I don't think it's jagged. I don't think it's sharp. I don't think it's painful. I think that the shell is rounded and flat. Though shell is rounded and flat. If too wet, will climb from its shell and wriggle to a drier location. So it's a sweet sulfurous nectar when too hot. Ever seen those tube shells? I don't think it's tube shell. I was thinking tube shell. I was thinking oysters. I was thinking like barnacles that are like shell barnacles. But I think that the shell, I want it to be unobtrusive. I don't want it to be something that like, oh, we're going to put this on our weapons and our weapons are going to deal more damage. I want it to be these are basically fully benign. What if entire homes are constructed out of them? That'd be a lot. Nectar used as a sweetener in cooking and way to remove armalte clutches, because nectar used as a sweetener in cooking and a way to remove armalte clutches. So you can like apply it to armalte, and then armalte be like, oh, I'm wet now, I need to leave my shell, and so they'll flee, and then you can grab them. Harvested and allowed to attach in homes in order to climate controlled domiciles. Can be boiled to have the flesh wriggle from its shell and then eaten directly from the pot. Can be boiled in the shell to be eaten directly from the pot alongside spices and nectar. Right? Oh, I'm wet now. I need to leave. Exactly. So superstitions. What are the superstitions? I think I'm struggling here. Clutches of full armalte are said to be safe passage across the subterranean. Wherever there are clutches, there is safe passage. Right? So like look to the armalte. If you're in a area where there is no armalte, like it's dangerous. Okay, I have a thing. I want to be immune to acid, even though we don't know if they are. Absence is considered a bad omen. Armalte will flee en masse right before the maw begins to travel. Right? So it's the idea of like, if this is a giant creature, eventually it will travel. It will move. And I think that there's a superstition that like the armalte fleeing means, oh, like it's about to move. Immune to acid. I want the next thing we do to be acid. I want this next one we do to be another like plant, another like feature that is less so like a creature. and I want it to be, it deals with like these pools of acid in the maw. It lives with and like filters and sorts through the acid and is comfortable with them. If you get an Armaltay to start looking for a new area, but Armaltay freed from their shell will always lead you to safety. So it's the idea of like you're in danger. So, oh, I see some Armaltay. I'm going to like put some Armaltay nectar on them. They come out, they wriggle off in the distance. And if you follow them, you'll be safe. I like that. Acid could be gray wash from Lancer, extremely tiny plankton. Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. Smaller than the eye can see, but works together to form masses upward of masses often 2 to 3 meters in diameter. Acts as a liquid. Acts as a cohesive liquid that follows pathways. So I don't know what this is called. Maybe they float on the acid and appear to hunt things. What if it's just what if we're just simple? Shells are immune to acid, right? What if we just keep it simple? What if it's just like, hey, a superstition? I've never seen one of these things get dissolved in the acid. Have you? And then they're like, I haven't either. And then everyone just assumes that they're immune. I think we're gonna do a slime. Someone else said a cat but liquid. I like the idea that this is like slightly feline. I like a feline gray wash slime that is acidic. Acts as angry water. Acts as a cohesive liquid with a minor amount of control to its flow. Can extremely acidic, even dissolving all but the maw. Would it be lining? In under a night? Because remember, in this setting, nights are 3 times the length of days. So often a night is like 3 days worth of time. But like this is saying like, hey, it can dissolve like basically anything in under a night. Seems to can even flow upwards, though. What are we thinking, like 1 meter per hour kind of deal? Like it's really slow, but it will like eventually get to you. Can even flow upwards, though never more than 1 meter per hour. Extremely acidic, dissolving all but the maw's lining in under a night. Captures, dissolves, and absorbs the ether of anything it can come in contact with. What's one thing it avoids? What's one thing avoids Armaltay? Why am I saying why is it avoiding Armaltay? Because avoiding something makes it more interesting. Are Armaltay immune to acid? Probably not. Why does it avoid them? I don't know. Takes on... I suppose it is a feline... no, so... At rest... has a rippling... purring noise to it. Can be intelligent enough to pivot focus, or intelligent enough to pivot focus to an easier prey. Right, so I'm what I'm trying to get at here is that it's this big slime that create it's a bunch of creatures that are smaller than the eye can see, form a mass of like 2 to 3 meters in diameter, acts as a cohesive liquid with a minor amount of control to its flow, can even flow upwards, though never more than 1 meter per hour, extremely acidic, dissolving anything in under a night, captures, dissolves, and absorbs the ether of anything it can come in contact with, avoids armaltae, and at rest, it has a purring it has a purring noise to it, and it's intelligent enough to pivot focus based on ease of prey. Right? Pounces on prey? With limited control of its flow. Can flow upwards, though quite slowly. It can pounce upon. Sure, right? Because, like, again, this is literally like we have like the slime. We're like adding some feline traits to it. It is just stomach acid. Yeah. So like it purrs and it pounces. I think that like gets across like odd catness. What if they don't sit in the acid but hide on the cave spikes above it? So it isn't the acid, it's separate from the acid. Smaller than the eye can see, but works together to form masses 2 or 3 meters in diameter, acts as a cohesive liquid with limited control to its flow, can flow upwards, though quite slowly. Adhesive and resistant to the maw. Acid. Hides on the ceiling or walls, pouncing upon prey and allowing acid pools to dissolve them, so it may to dissolve them to absorb their ether. While asleep, makes a purring noise and ripples. Intelligent enough to avoid prey it cannot force into an acid pool. Right, so now it's kind of like we kind of did just go like acid cat, right? Can float on acid, right? Yeah. So it's so smaller than the eye can see, but works together to form masses, often 2 to 3 meters in diameter. Acts as a cohesive liquid with limited control to its flow. Can flow upwards, though quite slowly. Adhesive and resistant to the maw's acid. While sleeps Floating on acid pools, making a purring noise, and forming ripples. Intelligent enough to avoid prey, cannot force into an acid pool. How do we feel about that? Can we keep them as pets? I mean, we can, but like, it's probably dangerous. So, what are we feeling here? What happens if you get close to another, like more than one? So we need a name, and we need to have, if there's a group of them. I mean, like, feline acid, acline fade, aclo, an aclophane, aclinid. I like aclinid. I also like aclophane. Aclinid sounds more like acid, though. So I'm going to go aclinid. Aclinid, so I like the idea of, like, a petri dish. Oh, actually, what about this? The singular is aclinid, but aclophane is the plural. Yeah. A culture. Yeah, because I'm thinking. Yeah. So it's an aclinid, but a culture of aclophane. I don't know. I like that. Like, the full name change is interesting to me. So uses. I don't think they're pets. I'm sorry. What can you get from them? I assume mass can be applied to materials to treat them with resistance to acid. Yeah, I don't think that they have a pelt, though, because remember, they're liquid, they're slime, right? So I think what it is that is, like, once you kill it, you can take their mass, you can, like, apply it to, like, your armor, and then suddenly your armor is more resistant to acid. I guess you can just call it slime can be applied to materials to resist acid. Purring indicates where acid pools are in the dark, right? It is, if you hear purring in this direction, you should probably avoid it. What is it? They dissolve everything excluding ether. So I'm operating off the assumption that ether isn't dissolved. I'm operating under the assumption that, I suppose this isn't clear, the acid pools dissolve them down and the only thing left is their ether, so the aclophane can absorb that ether. Can be bribed with consistent food to can be bribed with consistent food, with consistent prey, and is employed as a guardian. Right? So it's not really, like, it's not literally like, hey, it understands that we're giving it food and that, like, we're domesticating it, but it is, we have a doorway here and we can use it as a guard, and what we'll do is just every time we walk by here, we'll just bring a little, like, animal that we toss forward and then it eats it, right? Maybe used for the acid? I mean, this creature isn't the acid, though. The creature is separate from the acid. It could be a less useful thing and more akin to a human. We're not very edible, and our material makeup is only helpful at the bone level. No, and I want to do that. Not every creature you can eat it, right? I mean, this is kind of in the process of domestication. Like, being bribed with consistent prey and is employed as a guardian. That... Wait. Intelligent enough to avoid prey cannot force to recognize creatures, to recognize individuals, and avoid prey it cannot force into an acid pool. It is intelligent enough to know, hey, guard painter, you come to me and you give me a little like chicken creature. So I'm not gonna eat you, I'm gonna eat the chicken creature. And if you ever approach me, I'm not gonna eat you because I can tell, oh, okay, you're coming to give me another chicken. Right? They wander back like a literal cat too. Could just be a stray cat. Every time a creature dies in an acid pool, an aclinid forms. Right? Like you gotta have something like that. Like they're the souls of the deceased come back kind of deal. Aclinids, or aclophane. Oh my gosh. Aclophane are made of acid, even though demonstrably that's not true. That gets rendered inert upon death. Like that's just clearly not true, but like, oh, watch out, they're creatures of the acid that like come out. Kitsune but slime cat girls? No. More like a big cat that is made of slime. Ooh, once large enough, an aclinid will split into 2 or more smaller aclophane, or larger aclinid will split into 2 or more smaller aclophane, or larger aclophane will split into 2 or more smaller aclophane when threatened. Right? Hello, Clam. So the hunter slime for the slime rancher. I mean, like, it's a slime creature. Stepping on one is bad luck since they're a puddle or something. See, they're a puddle, but they like high places, right? So I like the idea that like this is a creature. Yeah, it's absolutely like being domesticated as we speak. This is definitely more of a creature though. So I want another, if I can, another pretty clearly like flora, if we can. So we have rocks that eat people. We have a series of barnacles that act as AC units, and we have a slime kitty. What if they don't think they don't age? So what if it's aclophane don't age and will come back to life so long. Aclophane don't age and are the guardians of individual acid pools. And what if so it's like they're effectively like spirits. Like it's assumed that they're spirits that are tied to acid pools. Danger roots that dig through the maw's flesh that ooh. Razor roots. I think I already did that. Wait. I have to double check. So in the mountains. No. It was the hills. It was the hills. Hills? Yeah, so in the hills, I came up with the Myconarl. Fibrous material that runs through the soft ground of the basin, the Great Breathing Basin, which is the hills, covered in fine quills resembling fur that are more painful than lethal, must continue to grow or it will die, avoids waterlogged areas, sometimes get tangled with swillaby or nestor vines, leading to a symbiosis of sort. So this is closer to like poison ivy. So what if razor roots are like a razor root, and it would be a blade of razor roots? I'm at a loss for plants, Choom. Unclear. Why is this so little? What the hecky? What the hecky? Ah! Unclear to their exact size as they grow in the walls of the maw. Protruding segments never go past a meter and retract after around a night. Occasionally and violently so I think what it is that it's occasionally and violently erupt from the lining, from the maw's lining, from the walls. Protruding segments never extend past a meter and retract after around a night. These protrusions are always covered in pure ether that bleeds from the wall. Right? So, roots are thick but narrow and twitch when touched, covered in blade-like thorns, growths. Like how do we say that it's covered in razors naturally? Blade-like growths that covered in blade-like growths and thorns. What if the maw was an Ultra Kill reference to gluttony for a name? Okay, that would be funny. What if it's just the shaving razor? Oh my gosh. A spool? I like a spool. A spool of razor roots? We also don't have to call them razor roots. We can call them something different. They could be literal roots for gigantic trees that reside on the back of the maw. That'd be really good. The coil around the center. Ooh, that they coil around it, covered in blade-like growths that coil around a central. Roots are thick but tapered at the end. Covered in blade-like growths that coil around a central point. Quivers when touched and lashes out when injured. Soft to the touch and primarily, I want to say erupts because already this is kind of sounding pretty sussy, but soft to the touch and primarily emerges in the hottest and most humid regions. Right? So, or maybe emerges in the driest and the coolest. So it's actually like a real threat of your home that like maybe razor roots are going to come through. thick base, tapered end, and it likes being in hot, steamy places. The joke wrote, this is my creative process, okay? The skin is just a bunch of strands that are finely sharp and holding onto each other. Eee. They could be milked when carefully handled as a... We're not milking the fleshy bases with tapered ends that like being in hot, steamy places. We're not milking them. These protrusions are always covered in pure ether that bleeds from the wall. Wait, so what if I do... They erupt from the wall. These protrusions are always covered in pure ether that bleeds from the wall. Retreats once the ether is spent. Usually no longer than a night. So for whatever reason, they burst out, and then they like get covered in ether that like bleeds out, and then they retreat. Roots are thick but tapered at the end, covered in blade-like growths that coil around a central point, quivers when touched and latches out when injured. Flexible and soft. Primarily emerges in the driest and the coolest regions of the maw. Yeah, extremely parasitic plant juice. Yeah. Because, like, again, I want this to be something where, like, once ether fades, this is just gonna, like, fall apart. Like, none of this is gonna keep working. We collect the ether that pools on the ground. It's a very... Yeah, exactly. And that's what I want this to be. I want this to be like, hey, like, we just had an emergence, like, 2 caverns over. We need to get over there, and also we need to make sure that doesn't kill us. So, like, obviously, number one thing, pure ether exposed is harvested at great risk to the harvesters. Is this used ever? Occasionally violently erupt from the walls. These protrusions are always covered in pure ether that bleeds from the wall, retreats once the ether is spent. Unclear to their exact so I think just grow in the walls of the maw. Occasionally and violently erupt from the walls. Is like taking up an entire cavern too much? Is taking up an entire room too much? Like what at first I was like, from the walls, either in bursts of a few meters or detonations of an entire cavern. Right, so I think that there's of around a meter. So I think that there's different levels, right? Sometimes it's just like a little burst of like a meter of this root like shoots out from a wall and it's like dripping ether everywhere. And sometimes an entire cavern detonates, and a detonation is like scary. Like a detonation is like a natural disaster in here. The roots can be harvested directly for ceremonial things, maybe filed down to act like Velcro. Do love me some Velcro. So what if instead of flexible and rough to the touch, like sandpaper, harvested roots are used or have their blades debladed? Harvested roots have their blades removed. The core being used as I mean, like if they're already sanded, like support beams as construction tools, as construction material. And then harvested Blades are used for tools and weapons. Are attached to tools and weapons. Yeah, I think harvested blades are attached to tools and weapons. Yeah, it's the entire intestinal lining. Ugh. Fibers can be rolled and weaved into sturdy clothes. Both being used for tools and weapons. Roots can be... What's it called if you like take a root and like you kind of string it, like because if it's a bunch of like strings together kind of deal, or if it's a bunch of fibers together and you kind of like pull the fibers apart. I'm thinking textiles. I like the textiles. Traps for tools, weapons, and traps. Harvested roots are used for tools, weapons, and traps. Sometimes harvested roots have their blades removed for use in tools, weapons, and traps. Roots can be thinned and debladed to have their fibers used in textiles. It can be thinned. Do we say thinned to smaller strands? Sweet freaking Lois, we can grow steel wool. Basically, yeah. For like adding structure to things like clothing. Okay. Okay, wait. Armelte will flee en masse right before a razor root detonation. Right? Because then that suddenly fits into it more. So, shells are immune to the Moz acid. Superstitions. Bursts and detonations are divine intervention. Bursts are a fortuitous. So okay. So bursts are a sign that you are being rewarded for your actions and should continue them. Detonations are a sign that you have made grave errors and must be punished, and must atone for them, lest you be punished. And then what's the other thing, right? They can smell your fear and don't attack. They can smell fear and only strike the weak, the cowardly, and the deceitful, the impure. Because it needs to be something that the bravest guy you know, the bravest creature you know, that they can smell fear and strike at the weak first. I like that. So we have why are we having, what's the explanation behind bursts and detonations? Well, clearly if it's a burst, if it's only like a couple meters, or it's like around a meter of root, that's like a tap, that's like a tree tap of sap. That's a sign that hey, here's free ether. Here's ether for you. You deserve this. You did amazing. If it's a detonation, oh my gosh, that's like a tornado hit you. That is horrifying. Why would you think that's a good thing? No. And then they can smell fear and strike at the weak first. I like that. So in the maw, which we don't have a name for, stone saps, leeches that end up growing into quicksand, that are made of stone. Armaltae, which are the barnacles on the wall. We have razor root, which will just burst from the walls and just be like, hey, yo, what's up? And then we have aclinid, or aclophane, which are like these feline cats that are actively kind of being domesticated, made of acid. So we have two more creatures. So the great barbed wire detonation myth that covered the entire world. Oh my gosh, that'd be really funny. Okay, so aclinid. Just two more. Do you see now why this takes me forever? like why I've been working on these biomes for so long, particularly when I haven't been able to focus on them, is because I want to make sure it all feels cool and unique and special. And like, I look at the Myconarl and I'm like, okay, that's kind of similar, but it's different, so it's fine. Like, use knife plant to make corset. It's a slug even with a small team for the gig. I think we need something that is like occupying the space. You gotta go. Enjoy, guard painter. I think we need something occupying the space. And I think what is gonna occupy this space is... We've done lizards and like dinosaur-like stuff. I think we do amphibians. Crazy idea. I think we do amphibians. They're like newts that are like quilled and acid resistant. And these are things that live near the acid pools. And they're probably the prey of the aclophane. Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. Giant leech that digs the walls and lining is the maw. We already did leeches though. We did stone leeches. Okay, let's do it. Quilled amphibians. Anywhere between 16 centimeters long. Anywhere between 8, with juveniles averaging 8 centimeters long, with 16 centimeters long from nose to tail. I don't know what these are called. Pufferfish that float using ether. More ether, float higher. I don't know if that's here though. Or maybe like these are already gonna be quilled. These are gonna be like quilled newts. Do we want to give them like a pufferfish mechanic? We give them a pufferfish mechanic. With juveniles averaging 16 meters long from nose to tail. These acid resistant creatures live alongside the shores of the maws. Acid pools. Adults can exceed 30 centimeters nose to tail. Because like these are small. They're not like hand sized, but like they're not meant to be very large. Adults can exceed 30 centimeters nose to tail, without counting quills. Thin, breathable skin that is nevertheless minorly resistant to acid. Skittering, chitinous legs can dig into the lining of the floor and walls. Quills along the neck, back, and tail grow longer as it grows older. Grows longer with age. On head, back, and tail. Grow longer with age. So it's got like weird chitinous legs. It's got breathable amphibian skin. It's got quills along its back. Single eye can glow in the dark. Single eye can glow in the dark. When single eye can glow in the dark when stressed. Why does it do that? I don't know. What evolutionary benefit does that have? I don't know. It's cool. Single eye can glow in the dark. Single eye can glow in the dark, temporarily blinding pursuers. It'd be funny if they're assumed to just be an anglerfish type thing, but they don't actually attack or anything. Yeah, I think that these are just like little dudes. I think they just chill. Single eye can glow in the dark, temporarily blinding pursuers. When threatens, puff out their body and glow. Oh, okay, so when threatened, puff out their body and when threatened, puff out their body and their single eye glows. Is able to slowly float for a few minutes at a time during this. Is able to float around. When threatened, puffs out body and can float around for a few minutes. Their single eye glows as they do this. Because I think that's weird. I think that's funny. Single eye stalk can glow in the dark and use as bait. I don't want to do the anglerfish thing. I don't want to do the anglerfish thing. I explicitly want it to be like they're just little guys, right? I want it. I don't think everything in here needs to be super deadly. I don't think everything in here needs to be super dangerous. I think a lot of things in here need to just be, this is like the bottom of the food chain, and it has some adaptations to mitigate that, but ultimately most things aren't a threat, right? They use the They use the acid to clean themselves. Use acid to clean themselves. Use acid to clean themselves and rapidly molt their legs. Right? So like, oh no, my legs need to molt. Let me dip it in the acid. So they're minorly resistant to acid. They're not going to die instantly, but they still need to be by the acid, right? Uses. I think that you can eat them. I think that you can grab their quills for something. And I think that their skin, right? Skin can be used as a breathable material that is surprisingly durable, right? Because like acid resistance. I think call me crazy. Call me crazy. We don't have a name for them. I like newt. I like skitter. So we can go... like a scutin? Scutin? Skitoot? a skitoot? Because they're scared little dudes. A scutin. Skitoot. I don't like skitoot, but like I like skedaddle. I like skitter. I like amphibian. I like scutin. Crystalline eye can be fueled. Ooh. Crystalline eye can be fueled for either lanterns or torches. Ooh. They're single crystalline eye. Their crystalline eye glows as they do this. Oh, who knew that they had a crystalline eye? I didn't. So I think scutin legs are the meatiest, are the safest part of it to eat, particularly immediately after molting. Right? Because like it's like a crab legs kind of deal, it's like a lobster kind of deal, like, which I think is weird. Like I in case you couldn't tell, I love adding like weird details. And then I think crystalline eye is crystalline eye can be used as an ether powered lamp or lantern. How about that? Are the safest part of it to eat, or are the most tender part of it to eat, particularly immediately after molting. A skedaddle, a sketin. I do like a skedaddle, like a skedaddle. How do you spell skedaddle? Is it skedaddle or is it skedaddle? I am not a robot. Let me search. Like you're not detecting unusual traffic from my network. I am searching for the first time today. Sorry to sneeze. Skedaddle. Skedaddle. Okay. A skedaddle of sketin? Scutin? I like sketin. A skedaddle sketin? Thank you. With juveniles averaging 16 centimeters from nose to tail, these acid-resistant, these skittish creatures live alongside the shores of the smallest acid pools. Adults can exceed 30 centimeters nose to tail without counting quills. Thin, breathable skin that is nevertheless minorly resistant to acid damage. Thin, breathable skin, minorly resistant to acid. Use acid to clean themselves and rapidly molt their legs. Skittering, chitinous legs can dig into the lining of the floor and walls. Quills along the head, back, and tail grow longer with age. When threatened, puffs out body and can float around for a few minutes. Their crystalline eye glows as they do this. And then superstitions, their eye is used to draw in prey for them to pounce. Right? Or maybe it's seen as benign. Maybe it's not seen like an anglerfish. Maybe it's to look into the eye of a puffed up skitter. Sketin will show you either how you die or I think to look into the eye of a puffed up sketin will show you a vision of the future. I think their glowing eye is used to draw in prey for them to consume. To look into the eye of a puffed up skeleton will show you a vision of the future. Skeleton are poisonous, and only their legs are safe to eat. Right? Because maybe they're not poisonous. They're probably not poisonous, but it's assumed that they are poisonous, and so only their legs are safe, right? So I have one more creature here. We have barnacles, we have the cat thing, we have skeleton. I think we go for a more like omnipresent one. I'm thinking monkey, I'm thinking dodo, I'm thinking ostrich, I'm thinking, I don't know. Have I hydrated today? Not on stream. Holy heck, it's been 2 hours. I need to wrap up soon. So as you can tell, like, this is a very fun exercise. It takes a while, particularly when I'm trying to like incorporate ideas. So I think what we do is we just do like literally just an ostrich cassowary. Castroa? I'm 100% showing up to the next one. Most fun 2 hours ever. Thank you. Yeah, my goal is Fridays. I want to be productivity streams. So I basically, for the next couple of Fridays, I want to just do exactly this. I want to just like make biomes. I want to wrap up the system. I want to tell you more about the system. And then I want to release it as an ashcan. And then Fridays following that, I want to make a cane supplement. I want to make the cane doc. I want to talk about that. I want to have Wednesdays be where I just yap, where I just chat. Fridays where I'm productive. So I think that's fun. So if we finish up the Castroa, where I think a flock of Castroa, maybe? And then a meter tall. Okay, what if we do this? 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 3 meters tall at their full height, but constantly hunched over and stooping to accommodate the maw. I think, is 4 faces excessive? I think we might want to do 5 or 6. I think has 6 heads on a central protrusion from the front of its torso, each with its own, what not opposable, prehensile neck. Males have beaks. Females have what's like a snout? Like what would it be? Like males have beaks, females have 12 faces, 6 heads. Oh, okay, that's kind of crazy. Each head has between 1 to 3 faces. Each head has between 1 to 3 faces, all of which each head has 1 to 3 nearly identical faces. Males have beaks, females have rows of teeth, no lips. So like obviously this is going more horror, right? This is going more like horrifying. Males have beaks with a secondary internal mouth. Females only have the exposed internal mouth. Quadrupedal with flat palms. Quadrupedal with flat palms that can climb over. Quadrupedal with flat palms that can climb over obstacles easily. Eyes dotted across its torso. Eyes dotted across its torso, primarily on its rear side, on its dorsal side. Primarily on its back. Deaf, but fantastic sense of smell. Heads mutter. Heads covering a secondary internal mouth. Females only have the exposed internal mouth. Quadrupedal with flat palms that can climb over obstacles easily. Eyes dotted across the torso, primarily on its back. Deaf but fantastic sense of smell. Extremely territorial. Particularly to its own kind. Curious and shy. Extremely territorial in its den, particularly to its own shy, when out exploring or when out of its den. Maybe they mimic calls. They're deaf though. What if some heads have beaks, some have feet, and some have fingers? Oh my gosh. Okay. What if we do this? Each head has between 1 to 3 faces. Like fingers protruding from the face instead of eyeballs. They're deaf. Maybe they can alter the vibrations of their movement to mess with things. What do we want from this? Like, what is the niche that the Castroa is fulfilling? 3 meters tall at their full height, but constantly hunched over and stooping to accommodate the maw. Has 6 heads. Has 6 heads on a central protrusion from the front of its torso, each with its own prehensile neck. Each head has between 1 to 3 nearly identical faces. Some have a lipless mouth exposing flat, broad teeth. Others are covered with beaks. And some have no mouth others are covered with beaks. Others have no mouth, but have multiple fingers or eyes covering them. Quadrupedal. So I think it's still quadrupedal, flat palms that can climb over other obstacles easy, and then I think it's long slits across its back allow it to smell and breathe. Deaf but fantastic sense of so I think long slits across the back allow it to smell and breathe. Deaf. Extremely territorial in its den. What if I just like extremely territorial to its own kind, but otherwise curious and shy? Like how about this, right? Hard of hearing, near deaf. Hard of hearing. Do we do near deaf? Near deaf, but can feel vibrations. Right? So it's the idea of like, they can hear, they're just very poor hearing. Brain also houses all of its ether. Oh my gosh. It could have been an omnidirectional body spinning and with protruding heads as a bludgeoning tool and brain in the center. I don't want this to be like a monster. I want this to be a creature. And this creature is weird, is scary, is creepy. But it's not like a monster. So near deaf but can feel vibrations through palms. Long slits on its back allow it to smell and breathe. Extremely territorial to its own kind, but otherwise curious and shy. And 3 meters tall. 3 meters tall, but constantly hunts. What if I just like 2 meters tall when hunched over and covered in short, coarse fur. Has 6 heads on a central protrusion from the center of front of its torso, each with its own prehensile neck. Each head has between 1 to 3 nearly identical faces. Some have lipless mouth, exposing flat, broad teeth. 3 faces. Some have lipless mouth exposing flat, broad teeth. Others are covered with beaks. Others have no mouth, but multiple fingers or eyes covering everything. Quadrupedal with palms that can climb over obstacles easily. Near deaf, but can feel vibrations through palms. Seemingly omnidirectional. So what if I do this? 2 meters tall. So what if instead of going tall, I go broad? What if it's like a table, like a coffee table, where it has like 4 legs and like a central shelf, and above it is this protruding head? So 3 meters long and 2 meters tall, covered in short, coarse fur. Has 6 heads on a central protrusion from the top of its torso, each with its own prehensile neck. Each head has between 1 to 3 faces. Some have a lipless mouth exposing flat teeth. Others are covered with beaks. Others have no mouth but have multiple fingers or eyes covering them. Quadrupedal, with flat palms that can climb up. So what if it's like 4 meters? Or what if it's like 5 meters long? That's huge. Let's go 3 meters long. I like 2 meters tall. Tall, including its head. Has 6 heads on a central protrusion, including its heads. Others have no mouth. Near deaf, but can extremely long slits in the long slits. Along its underside allow it to smell and breathe. Heads can survive losing all its heads. How do we feel about that? Omnidirectional physiology. That feels a little bit too clinical. The smaller the cave, the safer it is from the Castroa, believed to be aggressive from the... Extremely territorial to its own kind, but otherwise curious and shy. The more faces a Castroa has, the more dominant it is within its own hierarchy. Right? Just the assumption that, oh, this has more faces, clearly it's more powerful. Symmetrical body? I mean, it's not symmetrical though. Like, at least the heads aren't. Like, everything else is broadly symmetrical. I think these things are very muscular and tough meats. Very muscular and tough meats, yet the torso in particular is prized for its like juiciness, like its delicacy, is prized for its steaks. But like, very muscular and tough meat, yet the torso in particular is prized for delicacy cooking. Is prized for cooking. This doesn't really have much to it outside of like the actual body. Like, it doesn't have any mention of like nails or quills or like an adhesive, like saliva used in elixirs as an ingredient oriented around physical physical strength. And then if we do, when used, castrawa parts will make any elixir they're used in drive the user imbiber into a savage. Right, they're assumed to be monsters. A source of sinew? A sinew could be good. Source of, what's this thing where some bows are made of animal tissue? Sinew used as a component in rope and I guess sinew used as a component in rope and is and particularly bowstrings. Right? I like that, right? Leather tanning moment. Fur can be shaved and mixed with acid. I like that. The fur can be mixed with acid to render it inert. Wait a second. Very muscular and tough meat, often marinated in acid to draw out a citric citric flavor, right? So like the very muscular and tough meat is often marinated in acid to draw out a citric flavor. I want to say that like they just boil it down, or I want to say that like they have to like soften it because I already have a different one where that is like because like I already have another creature where it has very tough like muscular meat, and I mentioned that like they need to tenderize it by like basically like marinating it or like boiling it or whatever. Very muscular and tough meat, often marinated in acid to tenderize and draw out a citric flavor. Sinew used as a component in rope and particularly bowstrings. I don't like the saliva thing. We could go beaks, teeth, hands, hand or palm skin prized in leatherworking as palm skin used to make fine leather, particularly drums. Right? It's like the palm. So I don't know if it's just fine leather. So I don't like having like, oh, sinew is used in rope, particularly bowstrings. Palm string is used to make leather, particularly drums. Like I just want to say, like, with my chest, like palm skin used to make drums and what's a changing screen? Like, do you know what I'm talking about? Like the screens that you would have in like either like Japan or like Victorian London, like screens that you could pull across. Like what would be like a generic term for that other than a changing screen? Because like palm skin used to make drums and screens. And I feel like if I say screens, that's not going to come across right. Dividers, screen dividers. How do we feel about that? Like that's such a weird niche thing, but also like it kind of makes sense. To make drum, what would be like drum leather? Just like drum tops. A palm skin used to make drums and to breathable leather used to make breathable leather for drums and screen dividers. Yeah, I like this. So the more faces a castor oil has, the more dominant it is within its own hierarchy. Castor oil parts will make any elixir they're used in drive the imbiber into a savage. Seeing a headless castor is a sign that you are without direction in life. Seeing a headless castor is a sign that you are without direction in life. That you are out without direction or purpose, despite your accolades. Right? Like seeing a headless castor is a sign that you are without direction or purpose, despite your accolades. Despite, you are without direction or, I mean, it could just be without direction or purpose, despite your accomplishments, despite your strengths, despite. Seeing a headless castor is a sign that you are without direction or purpose, despite your accomplishments. Awesome. So we just did despite your triumphs. Seeing a castor is a headless castor is a reminder that no matter your triumphs, they are meaningless without purpose and direction. Right? Because, like, it doesn't have to be like, oh, I see this, therefore that's a sign for me. It's just kind of like, oh no, mythologically, a headless castor is just like, it has all this strength. It is this huge creature. It's this savage. It's this monster, but it has no purpose and direction. Right? Even though, fundamentally, by the way we made it, even any heads, it can still sense vibrations through its palms, it can smell and it can breathe, and like it can still move around, so clearly it's not that bad, but like superstitiously, it's just a reminder of that. Okay, we have made the Maw. So we should probably come up with a name for it. Okay, so as you come up with the name for the Maw, I'm going to say subterranean regions are any enclosed area that expands multiple biomes, most often underground. The defining aspect of the subterranean is its lack of exposure to the sky and its natural divorce from the typical solar cycle. Of course, that doesn't stop its denizens from finding their own way of tracking time, even if uncoupled from the stars. And what else do I have? I have for... Sorry about this. Yeah, so that multiple islands, most often underground. These might be sprawling caverns or confined tunnels. These might be sprawling caverns or confined tunnels. The defining aspect of the subterranean of a subterranean region is its lack of exposure to the sky and its natural divorce from the typical solar cycle. Of course, that doesn't stop denizens from finding their own way of tracking time, even uncoupled from the stars. Though many find it difficult to adapt, either coming or going. The Maw is perfect. The Vorum, no. Okay, so, and then what we do here is that we just have a brief summary of a massive creature buried beneath the ground. Its many mouths held open like caves. A massive creature buried beneath the ground, its many mouths held open like caves. Its stony interior is similar to a cavern. And the ether that runs through the lining of its walls provides a faint but consistent source of light. Pools of acid. Pools of acid are acid pools in its lowest depths, but it ambiently drains the ether of its inhabitants so slowly it's hardly noticeable. Because like this one requires some setup. Mostly I just kind of like dive into what creatures are there, but this one like requires a bit of an explanation. Warm and right. Its stony interior is similar to that of cavern, if much more hot and humid. The ether that runs through the lining of its walls provide a faint but consistent source of light. Acid pools in its lowest depths. The creature ambiently drains the ether of its inhabitants so slowly that it's hardly noticeable. which like it's that it can easily be. The creature ambiently drains the ether of its inhabitants so slowly that it can easily be replenished. Because I don't want it to come off like, oh, you're going to die if you're down here. I want it to be like, no, it subsists off of draining the creatures within it. So slowly that it can easily... That even standard so slowly that even standard consumption will keep a creature safe. The creature ambiently drains the ether of its inhabitants so slowly that even standard that meeting one's basic needs will keep that creature safe. Would you be able to feel the mob breathing when you're in it? Probably. Although I think it might be like it breathes like once an hour, every hour, and it's like, and like there's just like this wind gust that goes through the entire area. I like to keep it vague. I keep these things vague because it's supposed to be like, hey, how crazy do you get? Acid pools in its lowest depths as the hourly breathing cycle picks up wind throughout it. Acid pools in its lowest depths as the hourly breathing cycle picks up wind, sends wind throughout it. It just feels like shifting winds. And like maybe you hear this right? But like I feel as though it's very unobtrusive. So, and then this is where we say like stone saps litter the area, clinging to any creature that passes them by. Armalte line the walls and provide sections of reprieve. Line the walls and provide sections of reprieve from the heat, only to be disrupted by razor root spools. And then we have Aclophane and Skeleton and Skeleton alike stay near the acid pools deep within, while Castrowa gaze on from the shadows. All right, so we have made a biome. We have made the subterranean biome. We created the maw, a massive creature buried under the ground. In its many mouths held open like caves. Its stony interior is similar to a cavern, if much more hot and humid. The ether that it's to a cave network, if much more hot and humid. The ether that runs through the lining of its walls provides a faint but consistent source of light. Acid pools in its lowest depths. I keep thinking it's like acid pools, not acid pools. So drain into its lowest depths as the hourly breathing cycle sends winds throughout. the entire region, or the entire biome. The creature I think it's just ambiently drains the ether of its inhabitants so slowly that meeting one's basic needs will keep that creature safe. Stone saps litter the area, clinging to any creature that passes them by. Armortae line the walls and provide sections of reprieve from the heat, only to be disrupted by razor root spools. Aclophane and Sketon alike stay near the acid pools deep within. Stay near the acid pools. Aclophane and Sketon alike stay near the acid pools, while Castroa gaze on from the shadows. Sends gusts throughout? I think gusts, yeah. Because like also like the hourly breathing cycle, I want to say like the hourly breathing cycles the airflow of the entire biome. But I feel like that might be too obtusely worded. So like sends gusts throughout. This is a world where the organic and the inorganic are the same. This is a world where like an animal is the same as a plant is the same as a mineral, effectively. And I love that. I think that's so cool and weird and unique. And I'm so happy to be able to like not only just like show this off, but also work with you on this. This feels even weirder than the Phalangifeld. And I love that. And I'm so excited to see what we get up to next with the coastal and the Arctic and the desert and the volcanic and the Badlands, because remember, we still have 5 more. I have not had time to work on this on my off time, so I probably will not have worked on this by next Friday. I didn't work on this since last Friday, so who knows what will happen. There is no stream tomorrow, so it's just going to be next time I talk about this is probably going to be on Wednesday. I'll reference it, and then Friday we'll work on it some more. I have some questions to go through, and then I'm going to wrap up stream. So, have I heard of Realis? It seems really cool. I'm unfamiliar with what Realis is. Sorry about that. Do the tassels grow back? No. So with the arc gropers, they might have to like self-mutilate their tassels, and seeing a mangled groper is good luck, but only if you take immediate action. So it's something where like if they get stuck in the dense finger patches, caught by dense palms of grass roots, these do not. These heal over time, but never to their full functionality. Allowing their hooked tassels to comb through packs of pack whips, using their mandibles to spike secure prey for later consumption, generally will perch upon stable ground. Sometimes get caught by dense palms of grass roots, requiring the self-mutilation of tassels. These heal over time, but never to their full functionality. Yeah. So yeah, like they do heal. I think it would make sense somewhat, but kind of in the same way like they scar. They don't actually ever like recover fully. New tassels grow in as over different ages. New tassels grow in over different ages. I'm thinking like teeth. New tassels grow in sets over groper's lifetime. Like just like how you have like wisdom teeth that come in later, like baby teeth that go out early. Like I feel like new tassels come in later. These do not heal and are often pruned by another groper upon landing. Right, so it's the idea of like instead of these being like limbs that it's losing, I think it's closer to like if you have hair and your hair gets caught on something, so you have to like cut off some of your hair and then like you'll just grow new hair. Have you heard of Eat the Reich? It's a World War II TTRPG where you play as vampires and you're drinking blood from funny mustache men. That's on the back of the book. Yeah, so I've heard about Eat the Reich. I know nothing about it. With a name like that, it sounds very silly. It sounds very fun. However, I have not actually looked into it in any capacity. Where's Waldo? Where's Zero? Nobody's seen him in 2 months. He was here on the last stream. I pointed out Waldo. I literally had like a 3-minute adventure where I was pointing out where Waldo was, and I was like, can you not see Waldo? Come on. So how does energy food, how does the energy food web thing work? If everything is based on mana, then mouths, and characteristics and whatnot. So the way that this works is that basically the rift exists in this setting. The rift exists here and brings ether into the world. Mana, magic, whatever. Creatures, particularly your species that you play as in this setting, have things called ether organs, which if I grab and go up here, you have ether organs. So like in the species creation, which I just grabbed, you start with 6 ether organs that the Galbrox removes the need for consumption or photosynthesis. The Jittlepop removes the need for respiration. The Bamalam removes the need for communication. It's like you have organs, special organs, that just do all of this for you. However, in character creation, the first thing you do, you get all 6 of these, and then you lose a random one. So if I roll a d6 and I roll 5, I don't get reproduction from rifts, from the rift. I don't get like ether just spawns in new versions of like the arrow kisser species. They need to reproduce. So you would need to like get egg laying, or you would need to get like a live birth reproduction. Like you need to invest, so to speak, in the traits that allow you to overcome your shortcoming. And then as the game progresses, you will lose more and more of your ether organs. So you start out not being able to reproduce. Or you start out being required to reproduce kind of like naturally, as opposed to just relying on the rift. But like, you can just walk up to something and absorb its ether. You don't need to actually eat it. You can just like absorb ether. You don't need to like worry about temperature regulation. You can just stand out in the cold and you're fine. You don't need to have like fur or blubber or anything to protect you. Your aura wallop does that for you. But then if I roll a 4 and I lose the aura wallop, suddenly now I need to like I need to evolve fur, so to speak. And then again, I need to like get my Galbrox is gone, so now I need to invest in like a stomach, or I need to invest in like leaves for photosynthesis, and it's more and more and more until eventually you don't have any ether organs left, and then you have a creature that has like legs and eyes and a mouth and a tongue and a stomach and like wings and tentacles and fur and like all of this weird stuff together as you're trying to rapidly evolve. Funny how you start out asexually reproducing and suddenly having that is a minority. Yeah, and I like the idea that like your species just spontaneously comes into existence. Like you're not actually like shebanging one another. You just like, man, it sure would be convenient if there was another arrow here. Oh, hi, arrow. Oh my gosh, it's another arrow. And like you just pop up and like you're fully grown and like, what's up? I love lasagna. Like that's just kind of like how it works until you lose your Zildrum. Same thing where like with the Galbrox, you don't need to eat. You don't need to photosynthesize. It's just kind of like, well, time to get my daily ether. And I walk up and I just like touch some ether. And then like I get all of the consumption and nutrients and like all of the acquisition I require from just being next to something with ether, which everything has ether. So that's super easy. But then once I lose that, I need to develop the ability to eat food. I need to be able to photosynthesize. I need to be able to do whatever it ends up being. And something about this game that I made very clear, I literally have a little note about this. And let me see if I can find it, because it should be near the front of the book. I think it's after character creation. Oh gosh. Okay, here it is. Here's a note that I made sure to include because I understood that people would be like, wait, how would this work? How would this work? Wait, that's not right. There's quite the variability and viability with these combinations of organs. How could a creature that only has a nose but no lungs respirate? How can you have feet or hooves when you have no legs? Does a heart come with veins and arteries? These sort of questions aren't really the point of the system. The base of your creature is designed like a sausage, so don't ask what's inside or how it's made. Maybe ambient ether allows your creature to have disconnected segments of their body floating around a central mass, or maybe you just agreed ankles are part of feet and have stubby proto-legs. Think wacky, be weird, and when in doubt, remind yourself that this isn't reality. A very core part of the system is saying, okay, I got lungs, I can breathe now. Lungs don't let you breathe by themselves. Lungs help you breathe, but don't like give you the ability to respirate if you don't have like a nose or a mouth or like respiratory skin or anything like that. Like I made it very simple to overcome your needs for the different like traits and ether organs, because I'm not a biologist. You're probably not a biologist. You probably don't care about, okay, so if I want to like deal with my circulatory needs, I need a heart, but then I also need to invest in both veins and arteries. They need to make sure that all of them like are attached to my internal like blood system. Like, no, that's not the point of the system. The point of the system is to have a funny, wacky creature that has like roots and leaves and scales and wings and a mouth and like no teeth, right? That's the point of the system. Just watch the Mario movie. It was so awesome. You're the second person to say that. Crazy idea, pansexual reproduction. I mean, like, you can do that. Like, there's nothing in here delineating how many sexes your creature needs to have. There's nothing in here about gender whatsoever. If you want to create a species where everything is monogender, monosex, that's fine. If you want one where it's sexually dimorphic and there's males and females, that's also fine. If you want one where there are 7 different sexes and there are 10 different genders and everything is like commune oriented because that's just how the creature went out. Like the goal of this system is not to tell you how to make your creature. The goal of the system is to come up with a framework where you can create a species, that you then have a creature of that species, that you party with other creatures from other species, and then you go off and like you explore. You explore this wacky, weird world. Emotions working as different combos of pollen is how I think it would work. Yeah, I mean, like, literally. Like there is a... What is it? Pheromones. I referenced pheromones a couple times. So, like when attempting a task, you will suggest how difficult it is, easy, possible, and probable. Often, this difficulty will be modified by your traits, items, and circumstances surrounding it, such as your agenda. Consider what traits you have and how they could be used. Pheromones and a tongue can both allow for communication, assuming the recipient has a nose or ears. Therefore, communicating information would be easy. Trying to convince, intimidate, or deceive the recipient might be possible or even improbable, based on your relationship and their temperament. It's up to the GM what the task difficulty ends up being, but the opening suggestion is always the players to make. So, if you have like pollen, you could have like different puffs of pollen that communicate effectively. Now, what I would say is that if you are a creature that cannot speak words, you interpretively dance to communicate what you say. I would say, and I probably should write a note about this in the system somewhere, that's fine. On a meta level out of game, explain to the other players like, hey, like my creature interpretively dances, and you know my creature well enough where like we are on the same wavelength where we can communicate well enough that I can just speak normally, and we know that I'm like breakdancing. Like I'm just like hitting an air flare to communicate that I think that we should attack that guy. And I should probably write a designer note about that, but like it's the Kenku problem. The Kenku problem in D&D is Kenku can't speak, but they can mimic. And so a lot of players want to come up with a really complicated system of like, oh, well, if I click once, that means I'm an affirmative. But if I caw, that means that I'm in agreement, but I don't want to be in agreement. Like I'm reluctantly agreeing. So when I'm in conversation, I click, I caw, and then like I screech at you because that's a no. And like they expect the other players to want to play ball with that. Generally, that's something that's really fun in writing, and that's really fun when you're playing it. It's usually not fun to play alongside. So that's why like even on a player level, it should always be accessible. Or they just get a soundboard. I mean, like they could, but then still, that's more frustrating than fun. And then what ends up happening is that everyone else either checks out and isn't interested in engaging with that, or they get lost. And those are generally the two outcomes, which that neither is very fun. How specifically does ether flow through a food web? So I kind of explained it where like everything that is animated has ether. Everything that is alive has ether, whether it's plants or it's animals. And so ether, in short, is like the basis of the food web. So if I'm a creature that has a Galbrox, remember the ether organ responsible for removing the need for consumption or photosynthesis, I can just walk up to ether and be like, tasty. I'm done for the day. Or if I kill something, I can walk up to the corpse and eat the ether. I don't need a mouth to like consume flesh. I don't need a stomach to be able to digest it. I can just say, okay, I eat it. I eat the ether from it. That's the big thing. Have I ever watched Curious Archives? Is that the robot? Is that our robot friend? Or am I thinking of someone else? Curious Archives sounds familiar. No, Curious Archive is a different channel. I'm familiar with them. I don't watch them. Yeah, I'm thinking of Tales Foundry. Curious Archive, like I'm familiar of them. I don't watch them consistently. It looks as though they are different lore and what's it called? Like literally, like earlier today, they made a video called "The Beauty of Ecosystemic Horror," which I assume is just they're a lore channel, which is cool. And I actually have heard quite recently. Apparently, there's a bit of like a stereotype against lore channels where all they do is talk about lore, but they don't actually like make anything. Like I very recently heard this as a stigma against that, and I'm like, I love lore channels. I think they're so cool, but also I do kind of get like I am constantly in a state of fear where I don't want to end up being the sort of person who I'm like, oh yeah, I have all these really cool ideas, and then that's it, right? Like I hate the idea of being that, which obviously I understand rationally. I am not that. I make original content. I make voiceover content. I make transformative content as well as like summary content. I make stuff about my own. I released a TTRPG and a TTRPG supplement for a very popular game that then got recognized and added to the official Kane Extended Universe by Tom Bloom himself. So like I make stuff. It's just like that, like a terror management theory definitely motivates me to not want to be the sort of person who just like, oh yeah, I have such cool lore. Let me tell you about my lore and then not actually write anything about it. Which is why I always get embarrassed talking about my writing. But like, I if you don't know, Era writes. I was writing prior to starting the channel. I wrote a novel. I was editing it. I got like through 4 drafts of it. And then I set it down and I focused on the channel and I ran out of time. I stopped focusing on it. I was focused on my channel. And recently, like 2-3 weeks ago, I picked it back up. And I've been editing it and I've been having so much fun with it. And I love it. And I've talked about it a bit. And I really, really, really want to finish editing it and release it so I'm not just Arrow writes, but I don't actually write. I want to be Arrow writes who wrote a book. Like, I don't want to talk about like writing advice and having never written anything. I want to produce something that is not bad. I want to release something that is not bad. And like, I don't expect to win any awards. I don't expect to like be amazing or anything, but I do want to put it out there so that you can look at what I make and be like, okay, Arrow, this romance sucked. I did not care about the romance. However, I think the action scenes were really good. Therefore, I'm going to now trust you when you talk about action, and I'm not going to trust you when you talk about romance. And I think that's a very useful tool. When I, as a advisor, an educator, have an example of what I do in my own time, that gives you a better sense of what my strengths and weaknesses are and what you can kind of ignore that I say and what you can focus on. Arrow doesn't write. How dare you? That sounds like the Decaying Winter or any of Red's games. Red's games? Like OSP or Cyberpunk Red? I'm guilty of that. Big ideas, very little to show. I mean, I don't think that's a sin. Like, okay. I am so brave for having done this. Like, you don't understand. I am a god, effectively. I went 3 hours and 2 streams without busting out MS Paint. Are you proud of me? Are you proud of me? But yeah, so I for the longest time, I had a lot written. I had a lot of drafts, but I didn't have anything published. Thank you for the good job. I didn't have anything published, so that was like an embarrassment of mine. And then obviously now with the channel, I have a backlog of content where you can look at what I make and you can say, oh man, this sucks. But you can't deny the fact that I've put in effort and I've put in a lot of it, right? It doesn't matter the quality of what I've made. What matters is that I can say I did this. That's what's important to me. And obviously, I would love if my quality was amazing, and I would love if I could do fantastic things. And honestly, I would love if I could do this full time. I would love if I could shift gears and I could focus on the channel, and I could focus on content creation, I could focus on writing, I could focus on TTRPG dev full time. But I understand that's not really like reasonable, at least at my size. So that's okay. But I think a lot of people struggle with the idea of they have ideas and they can't execute them. And sometimes that's due to lack of skill. Sometimes that's because they're perfectionists and they don't allow themselves to actually work on it. Sometimes they don't have time. And those are all okay. None of those make you a bad person. And I would even go so far as to say, stone me if I'm wrong. If you write, you are a writer. And if you paint, you are a painter. However, if you write but you have not published a novel, you are not an author. Similarly, if you paint but you have not released a painting, you are not an artist. Or maybe like if you paint, you're an artist and then you're not a painter. But like, my point being is that it's like, I think there is legitimate like etymological differences between like being an author and a writer. And I think that a lot of people think, oh, I'm not even a writer since I didn't release anything. No, like you made like 20,000 words across your like fanfic that you uploaded to AO3. Like, you're a writer. Absolutely. You have written stuff that is deserving of praise. That is deserving of recognition. Now, you're not an author, but also I don't think there's any shame in not being an author. I don't think there's any shame in one who writes not being an author. I don't think there's any shame in one who paints not being an artist or like a like brand identity artist. And like, I think that's fine. I think that a lot of people assume that if you say, oh no, if you haven't published anything, then you're not an author, that's like gatekeeping. And I think a lot of other people say, well, even if you have written, that doesn't mean that you're actually a writer, because you have to like release it or something. And I think that both of these are a bit extreme. I think both of these are a bit silly. You want to be Arrow wrote? I mean, Arrow did wrote. Arrow wrote a ton. Arrow wrote like hundreds of thousands of words prior to starting this channel and didn't release any of it. Or that's a lie. Arrow lore moment. I had 2 accounts across my time prior to this channel. I had one account, which was a shared poetry blog that I have not touched in years because I made it with my friends, one of whom is now my roommate. and one of whom I don't talk to. And like, I don't dislike her or anything. It's just like, we have not been in contact for years. And so, she has the confirmation set up. So I think it was like, we used my email and her phone when setting up the account. So I got like I needed to log back into the account, and then I couldn't do it. And it had to go to her phone, and I don't talk to her anymore. So I'm like, okay, that's dead. This was years ago. And then I also had I different account where I would post my writings, primarily in response to writing prompts. And I had fun with it. And I actually had someone, this was crazy to me. This was insane to me. I had someone who I posted my response to a writing prompt, and then someone voiced it. I had someone voice a short story I wrote in response to a writing prompt because it resonated with them. And I had another one where it got kind of popular, and I had like a couple dozen comments being like, yo, part 2, like give us a part 2. And so I tried to like make myself write a part 2, and it was not it. Like it was a story that I wrote as a short story. I then tried to push it to be a part 2, and then that wasn't it. And like the interest was just not there. And that was like part of my learning prior to starting this channel. Arrow still writes, yes. I think a lot of people are afraid of becoming a brain griffin. Do you mean like a Brian Griffin from Family Guy? I don't watch Family Guy, so I don't know what that means. I assume Brian Griffin is oh yes, I'm an auteur. I haven't released anything because I'm still like in the final stages of editing. Well, like, listen, if you told me, hey, there's such a thing as a brain griffin, and that's slang for someone who they say that, oh, I have so many great ideas, and my ideas are so amazing, and I have all these different ideas that are coming together like a griffin, and then they don't actually do anything with it because, like a griffin, it's not real. I'd believe you. I would just believe that's a term, because brain griffin therefore would have multiple meanings of the griffin being a mythological creature that is like very like forward and noticeable and like shining and a combination of different things that in a unique way, but then also it's not real. I got his personality right on the dot. Impressive. I've seen a couple clips of Family Guy, mostly against my will, and the one that comes to mind is when he walks into the room and he's like, oh, finally we have another reader in the house. Like, man, it's so nice to finally have another erudite in the family. And then Peter goes, oh yeah? What have you been reading recently? And then Brian goes like, oh yeah, well, you know, classics. And then he goes, really? Which ones? And he's like, man, this bookshelf, is this mahogany? And then he goes, no, it's oak. And then it's just like Brian showing how completely lacking in information he has. Pretentious, performative, liberal dog who is a massive, covert hypocrite. Understood. But yeah, I would believe if brain griffin was a term. But basically my point is, I allow the spite of the terror of being a waste to motivate me. And is that healthy? Probably not. But like terror management theory, for those of you who don't know, is a psychological phenomena where it says that the basis of human behavior is based in the mitigation of fear. I am scared. I'm going to lose my home, so I'm going to go work this job to make money so I can pay rent and I can feed myself. I am scared of dying alone, so I'm going to go on this dating app and talk to people even though I'm scared of introducing myself. I am scared of just being like an ideas guy, so I'm going to write to get to the point where I can release something, so I'm not known as an ideas. So I'm not known as an ideas guy. Like, that's all terror management theory, and that's something where I don't think it's all encompassing, but I certainly believe it in certain aspects. I certainly believe that there's some things where it's just like the core reasoning for doing something is the avoidance and mitigation of fear, and I think that is real. So I think that it's if you struggle with actually committing, the main piece of advice I would say is set aside time for it and focus on it during that time. And this might be 2 hours a week. This might be on a Saturday, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. or like 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Or this might be 1 hour, 9 a.m. on Saturday, 1 hour, 9 a.m. on Sunday, where every week you do the thing. And once you like commit more to it and you get like more in the habit of it, then you can start thinking about like, okay, instead of like 2 hours in a week, I'm going to go 4 hours in a week. And instead of 9 a.m. Saturday, Sunday for an hour, I'm going to do 9 a.m. Saturday, Sunday for 2 hours. And like just grow from there, and then you will find success. Now, you might not end up releasing it. I call myself arrow rights. Arrow kiss rights. That is my name. Don't wear it out. But to be fair, I've released articles, I have posted stuff that has gotten a little bit of traction. I've put myself out there a little bit, but broadly speaking, my main works that I care about, novels, short stories, novellas, I have not released any of that. I have posted some short stories, and like particularly on this channel, like once or twice, I've posted a short story, in addition to what I've done previously. But like, it's okay to be like, hey, I love this thing and I'm scared and I'm not going to release anything for it as I build up my skills. Contrary to just saying, oh yeah, I'm such an auteur, like for 10 years or for 15 years or for 20 years or however long it's been, I kind of kept my mouth shut and I just wrote. I was in mines, like up until I started the channel, I had been writing consistently for multiple years. And then I dropped it for the channel, which I was very sad about, but now I've picked that back up a little bit and I'm very happy about that. Because I love writing. But also on the channel, I write scripts all the time. I make TTRPGs occasionally. I don't like saying I'm a TTRPG dev because I've released like one main TTRPG, which is small, and two two-page TTRPGs. That feels kind of self-aggrandizing to me. But that's also just me. 20 years, you sound relatively young. I mean, again, I've gotten people guess I'm anywhere between 20 and like 40. I've gotten people who call me a hag. I've gotten people who assume that like I'm significantly younger than them. I think my energy and my humor tends to skew me younger, where my actual like the topics I discuss and the way I think, that tends to skew me older. I think a lot of people, if you just like watch some of my shorts, you'll probably assume I'm younger because it's very high energy because it's shorts, and it's very like I'll make like what the Sigma kind of references because again, shorts. But I think a lot of people on stream assume I'm kind of older, independent of my voice, independent of like my appearance or anything, just because of like what I talk about and how I talk about it. They call you a hag, bruh. Yeah, I've been called a hag before. I call anyone older than me a hag because it makes me feel better since everyone else calls me auntie. Aww. I mean, what I will say is that like I do think the like, oh, if you're over 25, you're a hag is kind of silly. Same with like, if you're over 25, you're an unk, which is kind of silly. And like, also, I don't know, like, I have mixed feelings on both of these for different reasons. But the long and short is that like, hey, I never claimed to be hag maxing. I feel like if I was in like my, I feel like if I was in my late 30s or later, I think I'd probably have to add hag to the stream tags. I would have to like brand myself as a hag because like apparently that works. I can't believe Arrow's 85. Okay, people also like make jokes that I'm like 170, which I do find it funny that I am the opposite. of the classic, like, oh, they look like they're 12, but they're actually like 1,000-year-old dragon. Like, I am someone who, like, the community insists that I've been around since like 1482, and I'm just like, stop telling everyone I'm ancient. And they're just like, sorry, what? Can't hear you, old man. Can't hear you. Hogwarts Legacy. Oh my gosh. I actually got Hogwarts Legacy for free on Epic. And I am curious, like, how it plays, right? I'm curious how it is. 'Cause I've only heard the backlash to it. And then, because obviously the J.K. Rowling, Harry Potter, all of that, the huge controversy surrounding it. And then I heard that it's like a mid-game at best. I understand your pain. You're in immense pain since you matured too fast. I mean, see, I don't know. I'm one of those people who I very much always got the, oh, you're so mature for your age. But unlike most of the other people I know who also got that, I didn't have like a such disruptive childhood that like I needed to like be the adult kind of deal. Like that's most of the people I know who, when they were like 13, were like, oh, you're so mature for your age. Like particularly like in like with just text conversation. I was mistaken for like someone in my 20s back when I was like 16, 17, 18. So I don't know what it is. I guess I'm just like an old soul. I guess that's what it is. So like maybe independent of however old I actually am, I am spiritually like 180. Hogwarts Legacy looks boring. Could be Fallout 4 where the game's mid, but you can still get fun from it. I mean, okay, so like, I'm of the opinion that almost any game you can have fun with if you're the sort of person that knows how to amuse yourself. I know how to amuse myself. I know how to have fun with just myself. I know how to like just entertain myself for the sake of just entertaining myself. So I feel as though if you're that sort of person, doesn't matter what game it is, you can have fun, you can laugh at the game, you can break the game, you can play the game completely straight and just be like, wow, this is the worst thing I've ever played. This is amazing. Like, whatever it ends up being. Isn't Hag just a VTuber thing? I mean, it is a VTuber thing, but also, I don't know if that's applied to IRL streamers. The main thing with Hag that I take issue with is that it is simultaneously like derisive as well as a label to be desired. Because at the same time, being a hag is that you're no longer desirable and you're no longer youthful, you are no longer mass appealing. But at the same time, the age of 30 is in demand. And this is like this weird doublethink where it's simultaneously being a hag is you are like a dommy mommy older woman who is like commanding and controlling to the youthful male and sometimes youthful woman, and probably also youthful non-binaries, who are interested in someone with more experience, and it's so exciting. At the same time, you are no longer desirable because you are too old. And it's this weird double think with that. Whereas with like Unk, and I'm speaking from like the Zoomer perspective, not from the AAVE perspective, because Unk comes from AAVE, has associations with it. I'm not entirely familiar with them, so I'm not going to speak to that. But the way it's being used online right now by Zoomers tends to be more, you are just no longer cool. You are no longer hip. You are no longer with it. You are no longer in the cultural zeitgeist because you are too old. And these are just like shake my fist at patriarchy. Oh, sexism is gonna sexism again. But like, this is just a weird dichotomy I've noticed. Tic-tac-toe with the full advanced rule set. No! If you're smashed by the universe from the jump with no moral support, most people crumble. That is fair. Yeah, like, a lot of people assume like, oh, like, what's the thing where it's, what is it? Tough times make strong men make good times, good times make weak men make tough times. Like, this is just not true. You can have the most fantastic people that arise having seen the glory of a golden age and want to perpetuate that, and then they do. And you can have people who are beaten down and broken and suffer in the tough times because they are taking the brunt of it. Like, this is very much a great man theory of history, which, in case you don't know, great man theory ascribes historical events to individuals, certain great men who shaped history with their actions, when in actuality, the impact of any individual person, even a president or a king or a general or an emperor, oftentimes is significantly less impactful than we give them credit for, because not only were they often in charge of like bureaucracy or whatever, they were also completely supported by their armies or by their populace, or it was actually a coalition of nations that did this instead of just one guy who led the coalition of nations. Like, great man theory is very useful for writing, even if it is not useful for actual historical information. They're really trying to make age appropriateness because most people go either way. I'm not exactly tough, I'm just adaptable, or more or less considering a lot of bad things as normal, but the flip side is happy. Yeah, like, I don't think being hurt or having a bad childhood makes you an all-around tougher or better person. It just makes you different. I mean, I would go so far as to say, in most cases, if you have a tough childhood, that is going to make you worse. Not in the sense of you're a worse person, but had you experienced a happier childhood, or a safer childhood, or a less disruptive childhood, you would probably be in a better state of mind, body, and status. Now, maybe the fact that you grew up in poverty and your family mistreated each other, and like you had to start working when you were like under 10 years old, like maybe that made it so you have a fantastic work ethic. And maybe that means that like you don't complain. And maybe that means that you are the sort of person where you know how to read a situation very well. You're also probably going to be an anxious mess that has way too high expectations on yourself, and who refuses to let people get close even when they care about you. And it's not, oh, you take this good stuff and then you also take this bad stuff. It's like, no, despite the bad stuff, you manage to get this good stuff. This is all par for the course. This all comes with being mistreated. It is the good stuff that is the anomaly. Listen, Paradox, I'm sorry, but like, I know multiple other people who are like this. This is an interesting point. Mostly men, or male socialized individuals, individuals who grew up male socialized. Mostly masculine individuals are like this. And I found that women or feminine socialized individuals tend to be more of a fawn reaction. They tend to be better at navigating social circumstances, and they tend to be more controlling. And this is entirely anecdotal. This is not research. This is not as an authority or anything. I have found that if you were raised, if you were socialized masculine, and you come up from a bad childhood, you are probably extremely self-reliant. You are usually completely closed off emotionally. You are extremely diligent, responsible, able to support yourself and others. You're usually quite ruthless, and you usually have terrible control of your emotions. And not in the sense of like, oh, you fly off the handle at the nearest, at the smallest provocation. In the sense of like, you probably have like BPD or MDD or some major psychological dysfunction that makes it so that your emotions are kind of running free, that you don't control your emotions. Meanwhile, if you're a woman or femininely socialized growing up, usually you tend to kind of crystallize into a very firm superego, where you know how to work people, you know how to dissolve situations, you know how to basically like bounce off of any circumstance, and then what you can control, you control with an iron grip. These are the two just kind of like stereotypes I've noticed. And I don't know if this is accurate, I don't know if this is completely anecdotal, maybe I'm completely misjudging, but this is like common enough that I feel like it's worth pointing out. Transfem here, I just ended up weird, yeah. And that's why I want to point out that like, it's not if you're a man, you're going to do this, if you're a woman, you're going to do this. I'm saying how you were socialized, how you were treated as a child, whether or not you are a man or a woman, if you were treated as if you're masculine, if you're treated as if you're feminine. But could just as easily give you maladaptive scarcity mindset. That is fair. It's easier and more convenient to put one person's name on something actually a full system instead of trying to list out everything under the umbrella. Yeah, you can't say how true it is at large, but these are very familiar beats as a man who grew up rough. Yeah, and like, I know mostly men, but also some women who have had really tough childhoods, worse than mine. And like, I love them. Like they're my friends. I care about them, but like I've seen common through lines with them. And this is your classic, like, I can fix it, man. And this is your classic, like, like she crazy, but she a 10, right? And that's not okay. Like that's because they grew up rough, and that's not good for them. Or like my mom and try to hold everything together, even if it's like oil and water. Yeah, that's the kind of control. About near most folks my age, both guy and girl, had it rough where I'm at. Yeah, and that's unfortunately where it is, because like, particularly if you grow up in an area with poverty, if you grow up in an area that is like considered like a ghetto or like quote unquote urban, that then gets gentrified, and you're like being pushed out despite having a rough upbringing, like you could say, oh, well, that brings the community together. Yeah, sometimes being poor doesn't bring the community together. Like, the community will come together if the community is going to come together, whether you're poor or you're rich or you're middle class or you're whatever. Like, I think a lot of people, particularly the middle class, or I suppose the upper middle class, really kind of like hone in on the fantasy of poverty. Of like, oh, man, I'm struggling, but like, we have each other, and like, we're barely managing to make rent, but we all have cars that we can do payments off of the insurance, and also we can all afford our home, and also food, and also we can go to our interests, but it's just so difficult. Like, that's the kind of fantasy that I've noticed a lot of people have. I mean, I would say that that's particularly online. I think that's mostly a chronically online thing, and I think that's very silly. But that is something that is like propped up in the last 10 years. It was pre-COVID, definitely, but like 10-ish years, maybe. Like, adults pulled the men don't cry even on the girls. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Shout out to Redemptive Suffering for being the worst. Listen, it's up there with generational trauma. Man, I had it rough, so I'm gonna make that my kid's problem. Hi, poverty line right now. I hate my neighbors. They hate us too. It's not all accurate. Exactly. Like people just assume, oh, well, like, man, even though it sucks, at least we'll have each other. No! If you're in an area where there's strong community ties, you will have strong community ties regardless of wealth level. Yes, you might have, oh, it's a bit stronger now because we're all struggling and because we recognize the value of community. And then, or you might have, well, now that we're all at the place where we can comfortably afford to help each other, we are going to do so now that we have more money. Like, maybe it's correlated. I'm not going to say it's not correlated, but it's not a causation for sure. When you say control, I thought you meant like the whole manipulation lying thing. Oh no, so when I meant control, like from my experience, if you're like femininely socialized and you have a rough environment, you want control. And not necessarily in like a lying, gaslighting way, which often I think does manifest. But also just like in the, no, you do it my way. You like, these are the sort of individuals who I think the stereotype is like the very type A, high maintenance, everything needs to be perfect woman who wants like a wet towel of a man. I think that's like the stereotype. I've known some people who grew up like this and were femininely socialized, and they are very particular about their interests, their needs, how they handle things. I mix and match between both those. I mean, well, paradox. Like, if you're trans femme, then presumably, and I am assuming here, so please tell me if I'm wrong. You were socialized masculinely despite being a woman, and then now, as a woman, you are presumably afforded more feminine socialization. So you're kind of getting both worlds. So it makes sense that you would fluctuate between them. When family works, it's beautiful. When it doesn't, it's a curse. Yeah. Yeah. So like that's a classic trans experience, right? The idea of being socialized as a gender you're not. And then maybe you only start transitioning once you're 18. You don't even start transitioning when like you're an early teen or like in childhood or anything. So you spend your formative years being socialized the quote unquote wrong gender, though I don't think it's necessarily wrong. It's just misaligned with your true gender. And then you start being socialized once you're 18 or 20, or maybe you're 25. Like maybe you start transitioning when you're 30. And you start being socialized then, which means that the same maladaptive behaviors of your gender identity will be picked up, even if it's delayed by 5, 10, 20 years. Socially kicked off 17 with baby steps and stepped into full frontal ASAP. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, it's back and forth between families and small friend groups for the safety net is, if not community. I mean, and that's why, like, family is something that is unique to everyone. And in particular, cultures differ on their opinions on family wildly. Like I'm from the US. So I'm from the US and I'm also white, right? So I'm from the US, like European heritage, but generally no connection to Europe. Like my family has been here long enough that we are like fully Americanized. As much as a bunch of people hate to say that, like I'm no ties to other nations. So in the US, there's this culture where like, yeah, you kind of like you'll leave when like you're 18 to like 23. Like the expectation is that you're gone by the time you're in your early 20s, and we're kind of moving away from that. I think now with the recent economic bursts of the past like 20 years, we're kind of shifting into more like, well, no, now it's more socially acceptable, like stay into like your late 20s. But contrast that with like East Asian households where you might stay with your parents your entire life because you have a family home that the family takes care of. Your parents are taking care of their parents. You are taking care of your parents. You have kids, and then like your kids will take care of you when you are older. Latino households in Latin America, similar thing but different, tends to be one central house, from my understanding. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. I might be wrong on these things. Like Latino households tend to be one central household that like the patriarch or like the I don't want to say like the dominant male, but like the oldest man tends to be the owner of, and then there will be a bunch of like branch houses. And then fundamentally, everyone comes back to the patriarch's house. Everyone listens to the patriarch. It is a very communal family space, even if the entire family is not constrained to one home, right? You never been hit with the gender norm thing? It was more adult or child binary? If you don't act a certain way, you're labeled as a child? Yeah. In my 20s, a bunch of old heads called me a child when I was right. Yep. And that sucks. The alpha wolf of the family. I mean, and this is based on my understanding of like my buddy who he's Latino, and he just kind of expressed how like being one of the most successful men in his family, he is often looked to by his family for like conflict resolution, advice, money lending, that kind of stuff. South Asia, again, very communal, very lot of cultures, a lot of family members. Even if you're like a cousin or an auntie or an uncle or whatever, you'll still have contact with each other. So like family dynamics are crazy all over, and I think that's why the found family dynamic is so popular and also so prone to corruption. Where the found family is that you have a group of people that are friends, they care about each other, and they are the support network. And it's often corrupted, and I say corrupted intentionally, to become a nuclear family in the Western Americanized tradition, where almost always there will be a dad friend, there will be a mom friend, and then you'll usually have, if you have like one main character, you'll usually have at least one older sibling figure and at least one younger sibling figure. And the whole idea is that it's like you just recreate the nuclear family, but with people that are not blood related, which is found family, but that is a inversion of it. It's a corruption of it. That is taking one set of family dynamics and applying it to the found family. Many different cultures have different ways of seeing it. There are cultures where, for instance, in Italy, if you, and this is like stereotypical, right? This is not everyone does this. This is not like how everything is done. This is just kind of like culturally, broadly, the archetype of interaction is if you do business with someone in Italy, you first need to get to know them. You need to befriend them. You probably need to meet their family. You need to be welcomed into their home and welcome them into your home. And then after you like get to know each other on a personal level, then you can do business. There are families where everyone's a cousin. Doesn't matter if you're blood related. If you are close to the family, you're a cousin. And that's just like different family dynamics, which are just so much more than just mom, dad, friend, and then older sibling, younger sibling. It's an unhealthy combination the biological father did for himself with left me no family at all. Yeah, that sucks. There's a reason cults target the abandoned. Well, cults target the abandoned, one, because it's easy, two, because no one will look for them. If I, as a connected individual, am happy in my life, and I'm married, and I have kids, and I still talk to my parents, and then a cult successfully recruits me, and then I leave, and my spouse, and my kids, and my parents, they all go like, what is going on here? And then they have like an intervention, or they check on me, or they work with me, and then they realize something shady is going on, and then the cult is in danger. Even if they successfully recruited me, the fact that I have all of this baggage doesn't just make it harder to recruit me, it also means that I'm more hot. Like, I'm riskier. I'm a hot recruit. But if you have someone that has no one, / they only have limited contact with people, it's much easier to get them to join in the first place. And then also, who's asking questions? Who's asking about the random trans femme who like is struggling to pay rent with her 2 roommates, but otherwise doesn't talk to her parents, is in limited contact with her sibling, and doesn't talk to any of her friends from high school because that was before she transitioned? Suddenly, you have a way easier target for the cult. Have I eaten today? I made a milkshake because I'm trying to make more milkshakes because they are high in protein and fat and, I mean, also sugar, but like basically I want to get more calories. And I used a protein shake as the base, as opposed to what I used last time, which was oat milk, because we only had oat milk. The protein shake was way too much liquid. I need to use like half a protein shake. Dang, I don't have Taco Bell on my soundboard. I do have Taco Bell in my effects library, but depressing that main recruitees for cults is former members of other cults. That sucks. It's actually depressing how if someone asked me and could tell if I was lying, would anyone notice if I vanished? I would be cooked on the spot. My only form of defense is I'm very good at throwing chairs at things. I feel like if you're good at throwing chairs, you can throw other things. So you're already like halfway there to like being a bombardier throwing grenades. So I used a protein shake as the base. And then I added some vanilla ice cream and some cocoa powder. And then I found that it was just a liquid that was cold because there was too much protein shake. So I just drank a cold protein shake. And then I found at the bottom of the cup, there was just a chunk of ice cream because apparently the cup I used was like really tall, which is why I did it so that it wouldn't like splatter. And the blender that I used was like one like this, where it's like, you know? So I was pushing it down as far as I could go. I think it only got to like here. And so there's just like a chunk of ice cream here that didn't get blended. And I didn't notice and I couldn't tell because I thought I got all of it. So I'm gonna have to make some changes to making milkshakes going forward. But the goal is to get more protein, to get more calories, and get more healthy fat. Because like ice cream, despite being high in fat, is healthy fat. It has sugar, which obviously I want to watch my sugar, but I don't have that much sugar anyway. It's very calorie dense and it's very easy, right? Cultists want me, fish fear me. I can't land a girlfriend. Oh my gosh. Sherifu is a transitional skill into generalized weapons. Exactly. Yeah, we got that weaponized chair that was responsible to throwing things. Nice. What's my ideal superpower? I mean, like, realistically, invisibility. I would love to solve the world's problems. I feel like realistically invisibility. If I was gonna be actually a good person, it would be the ability to heal anyone, and then I would spend my entire life just like living off donations, being a nonprofit, and just like healing the sick everywhere. Because that like Jesus powers are awesome, right? Just let's not beat around the bush. Like the moral good option is the ability to like heal any wound and to create like abundance. And would I probably like end up taking my own life by being shot 4 times in the back of the head because I pissed off a government? Sure. But like until that point, I do some great work. But like in my day-to-day life, assuming that I'm not like trying to go save the world, I would probably do invisibility. Cause like sometimes I just don't want to be seen. Sometimes I just want to disappear, which like sounds so sad. It sounds so sad by itself, but like also I think it would just be convenient. I think it would be nice to be able to just like go invisible, not be seen, avoid detection. Like ideally if I could be like invisible and also no one could hear me and also like no one could smell me or touch me or anything. Like if I could just like disappear and just like hide with my own. That'd be pretty pog. Because sometimes I just don't want to be perceived. Jesus had a cracked build, water to wine, heal anything. Dude was crazy. I know. Do they make low/sugar-free ice cream? They do, but one, I don't think that would taste good. Two, whenever you have something that's low sugar or sugar-free, it tends to have worse preservative or additives, like added to it. And then 3, I bought this bulk from Costco for very cheap, which is why I did it. Like I wanted to get into it, and then I saw at Costco they had like two big things in like a pair. And I was like, I don't know, 13 cents an ounce or something. So yeah, absolutely. I'm going for cost effective. Shapeshifting kind of does that too. So like with invisibility, like, I don't know, it would be convenient to avoid folks. And like, if I'm scared, I could hide. And also I could get up to like nefarious pranks. Like it encompasses multiple things. But shapeshifting, like, okay, shapeshifting, unironically, if you say shapeshifting, I know what you are. However, for the longest time, I didn't get shapeshifting. I always thought it was kind of lame. I'm not gonna lie. But basically, like after running Werewolf the Apocalypse for my roommate and like encountering like gangrel that could shapeshift and like werewolves are shapeshifting. I was like, okay, I could do shapeshifting. And I'm like, oh no, the prophecy is fulfilled. So, like, I don't really care about shapeshifting that much. Flight is something that would be like, that's fine. Teleportation would be just convenient. I feel like wish granting or mind control or like a fix everything button is too much power. And I don't think that I deserve that. I don't think that I want that. Because I feel as though if I was given a fix everything button and I could like rewrite reality or I could like change people's brains or something, I think I would probably use it incorrectly. Not because I'm evil, not because I am like a ne'er-do-well, but because I am not the arbiter of the world. This is not my world, this is our world. And so if I rewrite it to match my tastes, I would do amazing things. And also ruin a lot of stuff for a lot of people. Like if I remove, I don't know, for instance, if I remove carrots from the world because carrots just suck and you really like carrots. Like, what makes my value of carrots more valuable than yours? The power to tell the truth about anything, but you can never knowingly tell a lie. Gandalf. I would try to use this power for good, but through me, yada yada, bad stuff. Basically, like it's basically the Gandalf thing. Like if someone offered me like, hey, do you want the power to like fix the entire world with just like you can rewrite reality? I mean, like we kind of need that now, but I don't think I'm the one to do it. Like, oh, don't worry, I would be a benevolent despot. Every tyrant ever. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I know better than everyone. It's like we're already doing shapeshifting at a super slow rate. You just want to finish transitioning? Oh my gosh. I want to shapeshift because I want to look... And I don't think I'd have that unless I either starved myself or literally just got magic powers. Oh my gosh. The good tyrant fallacy, exactly. Shapeshifting is an incredible agility based on its limitations. It can basically be free flight, super strength, invisibility, and teleportation. I mean, like the reason I say invisibility, again, I would just like the ability to disappear. Probably, I would like to come back. I don't want to be invisible forever, but there are times when I certainly just want to like be gone. I want to not be perceived. And then obviously sometimes that's because I'm like, my brain is not being braining. Sometimes I'm scared and I don't want to be seen by something or someone. Sometimes I want to get up to mischief. So I think invisibility is probably my real answer. I also just like it just appeals to me on that deeper level. And I think it's because of something about like I want the ability to just avoid being perceived. Because also I get very anxious a lot of time. So being able to just like no. Like being able to just like, when I'm feeling anxious, just kind of like be in my corner and like invisible. No one knows where I am. No one can see me. And I can just like be there. Probably be fine. You want to look like other people sometimes? I mean, like I'm thinking like the edit blasphemy from Cain, right? Like you can shapeshift yourself or others. You were cursed, blessed with the horrors of forgetting to eat plus fast metabolism. Yeah, so that's me, right? That's why I'm drinking milkshakes now, is because like I have a fast metabolism. It's slowed down, I think, over the years, or at least my appetite has slowed down over the years. But like, I just forget to eat. I've always struggled with eating. I've talked about this a couple times, particularly recently. My relationship with food has always been a struggle, and for multiple reasons across multiple times. And like, I'm not gonna get too far into it, but it is something where like I need to eat more, and when I eat more, I feel bad, and so I don't eat more. And then I don't get enough food, particularly for HRT, which I need. If you were a shapeshifter, I, Aku, the shapeshifter, master of darkness. I know no one's stopping me, but you know what I say that? We've been cursed with confusing metabolism that helps us not starve, but also hates us. Yeah. And like, I'm not gonna make light. Like, I could probably like make this funny, jokey, haha, but like I'm not gonna make light of that because I know a lot of people really struggle with that and probably struggle with it more than I do. So can we talk dice? Are there dice rolls in the system, or is this more just a setting? So in Xeneolithic, it is a crazy, I know, 1d12 / 2d6 system. The way the system works is that when you attempt something, you first determine how difficult it is. If it is easy, you just do it. If it's possible, you need to make a check. And if it's improbable, you need to make a harder check. Now, when you make your creature, you choose a title. Your title is warrior, your title is sage, your title is artisan, and you choose a defining task that you are like trained in. So as a warrior, you might be trained in fighting other creatures. So you want to make a roll, and it's possible. It's not easy, it's possible. You make a check, which is 1d12. Or if it falls under your title, warrior, you roll 2d6. If you get a 7+, you succeed. And if you get a 6 or minus, you still succeed, but at a cost. Now, if it's improbable, you make a check and you roll 1d12. If it falls under your specialized task, not if it falls under warrior, if it falls under specifically the task fighting enemy creatures, you roll 2d6. Otherwise, it's just 1d12. If it's improbable, you don't get to draw on your warrior experience. You have to draw on your specific task experience that you were trained in. And if you succeed, and you have to pay cost. But if you fail 6 or lower, you just fail and you pay a cost. So the way this works is that easy, you don't need to roll. Possible, you roll either 1d12 or 2d6 if it falls under your title. On a 7+, you succeed. On a 6 or minus, you still succeed, but you have to make a payment of blood, sweat, or tears, which is a separate mechanic. And then for improbable, you make a check, 1d12, unless it's your specific one title task. And then on a 7+, you succeed, and you have to pay cost as if you got a 6 or lower on a possible check. And on a 6 or lower on an improbable check, you fail, and you have to pay a cost. So it's a very fail-forward system. It's a very hard system to make no progress. That's actually really cool. Thank you. Hi, Era. I forgot you were streaming, but I made it. Hey, Alza. You wouldn't mind going the Killer Croc route with powers? That'd be kind of funny. Also, you just got your ears pierced? Nice. Just the lobes or anything more? Because I know a lot of folks like get the whole like the upper side of their ear as well. I don't know what it's called. Like, I mean, I know it's the outer ear, but like the very top bit, the very top corner, where like elves have points, like a lot of people get that pierced. But yeah, so the idea of the system is everything revolves around this. So your task helps make rolls easier, and the difference between 1d12 and 2d6 is massive on a 7+. 7+ being the breakpoint is huge, because on a 1d12, every result has a 1 in 8, like an 8%-ish, 8-ish%, 8.5% chance. On a 2d6, you have like a 34% chance of just getting a 7. And then you have like another 30% chance of getting like a 6 or an 8. And then it starts getting smaller and smaller. But like overwhelmingly, 2d6 is gonna get you just like a 6 to an 8. And so if you have a single item, if you have a single bonus, if you have a single +1, 2d6 means that you're almost always gonna make it. I lack the bravery for piercings or ink, but I love them regardless. Yeah, so I don't have any piercings. I don't have any tattoos. And funny enough, it's not cowardice. I'm brave enough for both of them. It's my brain. What it is, and also like it's money, but like what it is that it's in my brain. I have a thing where if someone touches me on one side of my body, I get uncomfortable unless I feel the same thing on the other side of my body. I have weird like symmetry. That like tactile symmetry. I really get uncomfortable if I don't have tactile symmetry, which is why I have a ring on that I constantly flip between my fingers. And like, I'm doing it literally right now under the desk that you see here. I have a bracelet that I wear that I constantly put between my two hands, my two wrists. So like, I'm constantly messing with that, which means if I get a tattoo or if I get a piercing, I would want it on exactly the other side. And the piercing is less of a matter. The piercing is more so like, I don't have any tattoos. I don't have any piercings. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't like do any sort of substances that aren't medically prescribed. So it's a weird like streak thing, particularly for the piercings. But at least for the tattoo, it's like, I want tattoo. I have multiple tattoos I would love. And I think having a sleeve would be so cool. But it's just simply like, I know that if I got a sleeve like on my left arm, I would want not just like another sleeve on my right arm. I would want an identical sleeve on my right arm. Twin tattoo artists acting in perfect unison. Oh my gosh. If there was the option to completely modify ear structure, we'd get elf ears, but the actually practical ones are not glued to the side of the head. I can't do piercings because I'm terrified of them getting ripped out. I don't know. Whenever I think of piercings, my first thought is like nipple piercings. Like maybe I think of ears first, but like when I think of piercing, I think of nipple piercings for two reasons. One, my brother, like, must have been like 10 years ago. Like, no, probably longer than 10 years ago, because this was after he... I don't know. It was a while ago. But we go outside. We're on a family trip. And he pulls my sibling and me aside. He goes, "Hey, don't tell mom, but I got my nipples pierced. And because I got them fairly recently, I have to wear a clear insert in my nipple. So to like keep it open. So I don't think she's gonna notice, but I wanted to tell you two in case you saw. So you keep your mouth shut." And we're like, got it. So it's very funny to me whenever I think of nipple piercings to think of my brother just like being like, "Hey, I got my nipples pierced. Don't tell mom." And then the other thing is in high school, I was like in an honor society or something. So I was doing community service. And there was like this event where we were doing community service. It was me and other students that were there. And it was really just a whole lot of like, we set up, we hung around for a bit, and then we closed down. We didn't really do anything during the event. I can't remember what the event was. But one of the girls there was just like so odd. And like, she was casually mentioning like, "Yeah, I just got my nipples pierced, and so like I'm dealing with that right now." She also mentioned that she wouldn't just leave her boyfriend. She would also sleep with Chris Brown in front of her boyfriend if gotten the opportunity. Unprompted. No one asked her this. And she just mentions like, "Yeah, like I'd sleep with Chris Brown in front of my boyfriend." And this is the same Chris Brown that like recently at the time had been convicted for like beating his girlfriend or wife or whatever. So this was just like, oh my gosh, like I don't know what's going on with you. However, there was a box, maybe this was like a trick-or-treat thing, because there was candy, right? So there was a box, and I remember this distinctly. There was a box of, does anyone know sour, sweet snake gummy? Does anyone know Haribo twin snakes? These are so good. And at this event, they had these. And they had a big box of them. Right? And this is probably like 1.33 meters. And maybe like 40 centimeters tall. and it's just filled with individual packets of like singles of these, right? So we're cleaning up, and it was like a trick-or-treat event or something, and like these were left over, and I was like, man, I love these. And then someone running the event was just like, hey, do you want them? And I was like, yes. And so I brought home from this volunteer event this giant like 2/3 or like half-sized full thing of twin snakes, and I was eating them for like 6 months, like 8 months later, because I just had them in my room, and I just like pick 1 or 2 a day. You should do the sugarless Haribo gummy bear challenge. That doesn't sound very good. I don't like the fact you're smiling. I wish I knew the metric system sometimes. So the main thing to keep in mind, what I do, 2.54 inch, or sorry, 2.54 centimeters is equal to 1 inch. And 1 meter is like 1.3 yards. Or, right? Equivalent, almost. So from here, you can generally like estimate as much as you want. So like a foot in centimeters would be 12 inches in a foot. So that would just be 12 times 2.5. So that's roughly 24. That's roughly 30, right? That's roughly 30 centimeters is 1 foot, right? And 3 feet in a yard, that's 90 centimeters. So 1 yard is roughly 90 centimeters. Like, as long as you know 2.54 centimeters equals 1 inch, you can do any other calculation. That is the main thing. How many burgers is that? So it's actually like 3 shotgun shells and half a bald eagle. If you look up the reviews for Sugarless Gummy Bear, it's hilarious. I think I've heard about that. Yeah, it's close, but not quite. I just can't be accurate like I wish I was. I mean, I rarely found, outside of like, you are rarely going to hit an instance where you need an accurate conversion of imperial to metric or vice versa. Because if you are in the US, so basically, if you're in the US, you're probably using imperial for most things, but like a 2-liter soda, that is metric. But if you're like, even if you're in the US, if you're in STEM, you're using metric. If you're in anything technical, like engineering or science or whatever, that's all metric. If you're out of the US, obviously you're using metric, and anything else is roughly equivalent. I am about 180 centimeters, right? Oh, the other thing that I have to keep in mind is, I think 1 kilo is approximately, is it like 1.6 pounds? 1 kilogram in pounds. Oh, it's 2.2. Geez. So that one was very wrong. Because I know that the kilo is stronger. The kilo weighs more. So I don't know how much I am in kilos. I'm I think I'm like 65, 70 kilos. So I'm like 145, 150 pounds, and I'm 5'11". So I'm like, if I'm 5'11", and like 100, let's say 50, then I would be like 180 centimeters and about 70 kilograms. Why is everyone taller than you? Because you're short. Like, I'm just a tall person. I am above average height for the US men, not to mention the global average. Never looked it up before, but I'm apparently 210 centimeters. Yeah, so the reason I know is because, like, I know from JoJo's, multiple times, like, the main Joestars are introduced as, like, 184 centimeter giant, which is like 6 foot. And so I then learned that like 5'11" is about like 180.6 centimeters. So I just like rounded to 180. Apparently in Europe, 180 centimeters is like the cutoff for like, oh, you're tall. Whereas in the US, the cutoff for 6 foot is like, oh, you're tall, purely because of the round number. Day ruined, I'm shrinking as we speak. Curse of vanishing height upon ye. So you've been sent to Arkham Asylum. How are you surviving? I don't think I am. Because, like, let's be real. I'm in there with all of the normal patients. Whereas all of the supervillains break out. Like, I'm not worried about, like, the Joker killing me. I'm not worried about, like, Two-Face taking me out. I'm not worried about, like, the Riddler setting me up in a death trap. I'm worried about just, like Jimbo Two Toes stabbing me because I accidentally had the last chocolate pudding. I'm worried about, like, normal asylum stuff just, like, kind of cranked up to 11 because in Arkham, you have all of the victims who have been traumatized and like mentally like shut down and like warped and deformed by the various villains. I'm not worried that like the Penguin is going to order a hit on me. I'm worried that some dude that's been working for the Penguin for 20 years and got like his like femur snapped by Batman and then had a mental break because like that was like he used to be a runner and now he lost all sense of himself and now he's confined to Arkham and now he still works for the Penguin on the inside. He's just going to kill me for no reason. That's my concern. But Poison Ivy would be that. No, she wouldn't. She'd break out. Also, I'm not going to take Poison Ivy from Harley Quinn. Like, who do you think I am? Listen, if I was in any fictional setting, I'm just assuming that the pre-established like relationships and events are already happening or have already happened. So like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh yeah, I can rizz up Poison Ivy. Because like, no, I can't. Of course not. She's already with Harley Quinn. And I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, I could stop like Bruce Wayne's parents from dying. Like, of course not. They're probably already dead. Bro, Poison Ivy is quite literally poison. I mean, yeah, but also, have you asked your average lesbian if a woman that would actually literally just kill them is a deal breaker? The way Arkham works is a brutalist take on psychiatric facility too. I mean, exactly. So if I go in and let's say I'm completely me, like I'm me and I'm sent in because I claim I'm from another world and I need to go back, right? I'd probably be like electrocuted. I would probably be like starved and tortured and like mistreated in other ways that like just by the staff alone, because they're just like, we need to reconnect you with reality. And then like, I'd just be one more like damaged, broken person in Arkham. Arrow incarcerated. Don't bring that into the world. Wasn't a deal breaker for you? Oh my gosh. It's not just the inmates, the guards are also, yeah, because they have to deal with like the Joker, baby. They have to deal with Killer Croc. And obviously, sure, that doesn't justify their mistreatment of other patients. But it certainly goes a long way to explain it. Average cure for the cold in the 1800s. Okay, so it has been 4 hours in this like 2-hour stream. So I'm going to wrap up. I'm going to wrap up. And if you have any other questions, feel free to ask me. This can be about myself. This can be about VTubing. This can be about TTRPGs. This can be about Xeneolithic. This can be about like, would I smooch Poison Ivy? Like, I don't really care. Like, whatever you want to ask. Otherwise, I need to get going because I have a flight in a couple hours and I have not packed. So, thank you so much for swinging by. Please take care of yourself. Have a lovely day, evening, morning, night, afternoon, whenever. And there'll be no stream tomorrow. Pings on the Discord might be late for tomorrow and maybe Sunday. I think I take out like right after 3. Like I take off like a little bit after 3. So I don't know if I'll be able to send out the ping. So just be on the lookout for pings. 2 voiceover memes. I had a lot of fun. Voiceovers are so much fun. I always feel bad whenever I do voiceovers, because like they perform well. Like my I want to say like a third of my channel's total views are just from like voiceover work and like voice acting. So they perform well. I get money from them, which is kind of really important. Like I can't sustain myself on this otherwise. But people have expressed, I've asked directly, hey, how would you feel if I did more like VA work, if I shifted more towards VA work? And people said, please don't. We want you to keep doing Lancer videos. We want you to keep doing Mega Dungeon videos. We want you to keep doing like other like unique stuff. And I said, sure, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, you're here because of the TTRPG vids. And the TTRPG vids wouldn't go anywhere. It's just the voice acting work is easier, faster to produce, gets more response. I don't think it builds a community though. I think that the voice actor work is better to go viral. I don't think that it's going to get a dedicated community. And so I don't plan on having the core series. I call them the core series, like Lancer, Kane, Mega Dungeon, kind of 40k now, even though 40k hasn't happened in like a month. I don't want them going anywhere. I want certain like quote unquote high effort or high edit, high complexity videos. They just take way more effort. And once I'm done with Hunter's Archive, and once I'm done with Lancer frames, I might shift to where I devote my main energy towards long form content and I keep up consistent VA work on the short form, right? So like, I don't know how it's going to go, but obviously we have at least a couple more Hunter's Archives and we have like 15 more Lancer frames. Like there's so many Lancer frames. Oh my goodness gracious. You're generally here for the TTRPG stuff. I had no clue you did voiceover stuff. I was a random intro to you off a sudden short on Lancer. Yeah, so I do Lancer, I do Kane, I do Mega Dungeon stuff. When I do voiceover work, it is almost always D&D / Lancer / TTRPG adjacent. So like obviously I'm not voicing over like an Undertale fan comic. Like I'm not doing that. What I am doing is like D&D fantasy comic. One of the videos upcoming is a Lancer, or both of the videos upcoming are Lancer memes. So it's all related. It's all on theme. It's not off theme in any per se, but it is like something that is to consider. Your tips for someone who has issues with beauty standards in both directions, asking for a friend. So you are saying someone who like wants to be androgynous, but not because they want to be low gender, they want to be masculine and feminine. What I would say is muscles are androgynous. Or no. Muscles are masculine. Being fit is androgynous across gender. If you are fit, you can be very feminine and fit. You can be very masculine and fit. But if you have like big bulging muscles, that's more masculine. If you have a wider, stockier frame, that tends to be more masculine. Whereas if you have a slimmer, thinner frame that has more curves, that tends to be more feminine. So if you want something that is in both directions, like look at yourself in the mirror, probably naked or in underwear or whatever, and be like, okay, how much muscle do I have? How curvy / stocky am I? How tall am I? How much do I weigh? Like look at the stuff that is either immutable or will take a long time to change and build around that. If you are someone that is very stocky and has good musculature, maybe the way to kind of like hit both beauty standards is to wear dresses and makeup. Meanwhile, if you are someone who is like thinner, smaller, more petite, maybe you should be focused more on your arms in particular and wearing like muscle tees. And like, yeah, like you might come off as like a butch lesbian and maybe you're not looking for that. And in this, you might come off as someone who is like doing it as a bit or something, but like no, like there are people who are like very muscular, have beards, They wear dresses. They're very comfortable with themselves. They have a good time. They wear makeup. There are people who are somewhat petite, somewhat curvy, but like they just build out their musculature. They express their comfort in a way that is just confident and casual. And like people will make assumptions about both of these. You're not going to get away from that because no one is avoiding of that. But like, do what you want. Do what helps you find that balance. We saw the Order 1886 in a game shop, which we saw more unique takes. The Order 1886 is a great example of what I would call a visual or a interactive movie. As far as I'm aware, I know very little about it. The Order 1886 is a game that was entirely shown off to show, look at how pretty the PS4, I think. Look at how pretty this new system is. Look at the graphics. Look at the fidelity, right? And so it's something where I think we need a terminology in the same way that we have visual novels, and they're not really considered video games. I think we need a space for interactive movies. I think Telltale games and like choice-based narratives, which are basically just like visual novels, but not quite. They're like movies that you can interact with. I think those need to have a place that are not considered games. Not because they're less valid, but because when you play a game, you expect to have gameplay. And I think a story, whether or not there's choice, where you're really just doing like button prompts, is not really gameplay, and I think it should not be addressed as such. I guess the problem is trying to be my own type, for a lack of a more tactful way of putting it. Problem is I'm chronically online and basically never leave the house. Change that. Like, if you're anxious or if you're self-conscious or if you're shy or nervous or whatever, then don't go out to meet people. Go out to do something that interests you. Go to your local library and like dedicate 1 hour a week to go to your local library and read a book at the library, or bring your laptop and work on something at the library. Do what I do, where I go out on a jog/walk/run. I don't do this to meet anyone. I don't do this for anyone else. I do this because I want to stay fit, and it ensures that every single day I'm out of the house at least a little bit. And maybe like you're not comfortable with that. Maybe you're not okay going on a run. Maybe you'll feel ridiculous walking, but okay, you're going to feel ridiculous walking anytime else you go out. So it's really a matter of, do you want to be chronically online and never leave the house and sad that you never left the house and feel like you gave up? Or do you want to be chronically online, having left the house occasionally, and sad that you get embarrassed about going outside? Because you're going to be embarrassed either way, right? Call it a David Cage, like Detroit Become Human, another one, right? Detroit Become Human, Heavy Rain, like Beyond Two Souls. Those are all like interactive movies. And I think we call them Telltales. We call them Telltale likes, which I think is fair. Telltale got it the most popular. I think Telltale is at its weakest when it tries to add gameplay mechanics. I think the puzzles are not that interesting, and I think that the story is almost always where the game shines. And I think that if we allow this genre to kind of become its own thing, then you can make a game where you're not worried about like controlling the character. You're worried about telling a compelling narrative in an interactive movie. Zero Escape, Zero Time Dilemma. That is an interactive movie, whereas VLR and 999 were visual novels. And I think that they're the same exact thing. It's just one was more cinematic, one was more motion oriented than a novel, right? I'm okay doing that. My issue is when I do and I don't socialize, I can just move on autopilot, not really be self-aware. No, that's what I'm saying, is that you don't need to be self-aware if you're on a walk. When I'm on my walks, I have on like a Burger Creek video, I have on Adeptus Ridiculous, I have on a VTuber stream, I have like just something in my brain that I have in my headphones, and I go off on a walk or a jog, or maybe I'm doing a run, and I'm focused on consuming media. Which means I don't think about the fact that, oh man, I'm tired. I think about the fact that like, oh man, what's gonna happen next in this game that my Yoshi's playing. And like, obviously, yes, I get tired, I get exhausted, and like, I still feel that, but I'm not going out there with the intent to like, quote unquote, like be outside. I go out there so I get outside time. So I'm walking, so I'm touching grass, so I'm out there. And like, you might say like, oh, that's not that helpful at all. I disagree. I think sun on your skin, wind on your face, grass under your feet, going on a walk, that will absolutely make a difference, independent of if you're smelling the roses. And I think that if you find you're not finding fulfillment from that, then maybe try turning off the electronics, smelling the roses, walking on the grass, climbing a tree. Like, if that's what you feel you need, you can try that. But I would say start with, like, don't be afraid to just, like, have headphones in, listen to some music, and go out. Maybe call them movie games? I mean, so we have, like, visual novel. I like interactive movie. Like, movie game is just a snappier way of saying the same thing. Telltale's Minecraft story mode was a gen, changed my mind. I have an entire series of RT game videos to show you where he just deconstructs how much it sucked. I should go on more walks, but not the place to walk around as a 90-pound trans woman, even if I'm passing. I mean, yeah, and that's another thing. Depends on your area. Like, my father told me a story recently about how when he was dating my mother, they were at like a house party, and my mother decided she wanted to go for a walk, and my father's from Detroit. And so he got in his car, went and found her and said, get in the car. And she's like, why? And he's just like, no, get in the car. Because a woman walking around, even at like 1 p.m. is not kosher at that time in Detroit. So like, yeah, you do have to be careful about that sometimes. And if you're in an area where it's not safe to just go outside and walk and smell the roses and whatever, then find something else. Take your car or public transit or whatever to an area that you can be safe, whether it's like a public park or something. Even if it's you go to a local library or a community center and you walk around there, and maybe you're just like, do a couple laps of that place. There are generally spots that will be safer than others, even in more dangerous areas. Wait a minute, Arrow, you have to pack for your flight. We can't anchor you here forever. I do have to pack for my flight. Luckily, it's like, I'm going to be gone for like 2.5 days. I'm going to be gone for like a day and a half. So ultimately, like, I'm packing I'm packing like toiletries, electronics, clothing, and I'm done. So it's going to be like a 10-minute packing adventure. But honestly, try walking back from work or whatever. I don't really have an audible inner monologue, so the outside noise. Yeah, so I also don't have an inner monologue. Fun fact, I don't have an inner monologue. I also don't have a mind's eye. I have aphantasia. So like, when people ask me like if there's nothing going on behind my eyes, yeah, there's nothing going on back here. It is entirely like externalized. And like, I have memories that I can think of, that I can remember things that happen, but I don't see them in my brain. I don't hear voices in my head. So I will absolutely, and particularly after starting content, I now talk to myself all the time. And I will literally like rehearse or talk to myself about conversations I plan on having in the future to myself. And I will walk through it. Even if it's like a conversation I'm going to have on stream, I will talk to myself about it as if I'm having it. You go to a concert or something? No, so I'm visiting family. So like last week, I visited one part of family. This upcoming weekend, I'm visiting another part of family. My upcoming family is like two of my aunt and my uncle are both turning like 65. And also they've been married for like 40 years. And also it's the birthday of like some of their grandkids. And like, it's all just kind of like one big celebration across like a month and a half of events. So because like everyone's out of town, we're all coming in for one big event instead of like trying to make time for multiple smaller events. So like obviously like I gotta show up like to my family. I have something of an internal monologue, but I end up speaking to the voice in my head. That's fair. So how does like writing work if you aren't imagining the thing visually and whatnot? Not saying there's literally nothing there. I'm just trying to understand what aphantasia is like. So aphantasia, if you close your eye, the classic example, close your eye, picture an apple. Can you see the apple? Can you rotate the apple? Is the apple transparent or is it solid? Can you smell the apple? Is there anything to the apple? For me, I close my eyes, I picture an apple. I literally see nothing in my brain. It is blackness. It is darkness. I have nothing in my brain that looks like an apple. I know what an apple is, but fundamentally, I cannot see an apple, which is the same with inner voice. If I tell you to think back and replay a conversation in your head you had with someone, apparently, people will literally hear voices in their head, like repeating specific phrases. I don't have that. I can like just remember the idea of what was said, but I don't literally have a voice in my head repeating something. I am just like aware, oh yeah, like the person that said this said that, and they said it in this tone, but I don't like hear that. I don't process that. In writing, I think that actually really harms my character work, my character descriptions. It is so weird to me to spend more than a couple sentences on character description, even if they're a major character. So like when I think of someone, I think of like the person. I don't think of like the person and their eyeballs and their nose and their lips and their hair and their ears and the dot that they have on their chin. I just think of like the person, right? So I don't really have facial features in mind for my characters. I don't really know what my characters look like. I just more know who they are, what their vibes are, what their personalities and their interests and their desires are. So I've often found my physical character descriptions suffer as a result of that. And then I feel like it's overcompensating to spend like a paragraph or two describing them physically, because that feels so weird to me. I don't care. I don't care how like crooked their nose is, or like how slanted their eyes are, or like if their ears are slightly too big for their head. Like I don't think about that stuff, but I know other people do. And so I perform character description. It is not native to me. Meanwhile, character work, and the same thing is true with like scene descriptions. I sometimes really struggle with talking head syndrome, where no one like had like there's no clear environment that they're talking in. They're just in a void. Because functionally to me, like that's what I'm picturing. I'm picturing the conversation said. And so I've had to make great efforts to affect and perform set dressing, character design, physical appearance is probably my biggest weakness. But character work, easy. Like I know these characters in and out. I will accidentally write consistent characters because I'm a discovery writer. I like to figure it out as I go. And so I will write a character who, like, maybe they're kind of shaky, like maybe they kind of like deviate every once in a while, but ultimately I will make a character that like fits within the bounds of what is expected of them, and then like maybe they'll have like a slight deviation because I'm not a perfect writer, right? Whereas I know a lot of other people who their characters will like wildly change wherever the plot needs them to be. And like, that's just not what I'm about. For me, when I imagine something in my mind, try to come up with an image from scratch. My mind, it's difficult, but not impossible. It'll just be scuff as heck. But recreating media I've already seen, stupid easy. Can you see the apple is hilarious? Yeah. It's for theater of the mind, which unfortunately relies on mental imaging. Yeah, and like, that's why my character work, I think, is one of my strongest aspects. But like, my set design, my character features, my character design, physical description, that is stuff that I have to like make a conscious effort to focus on. Because if I have two characters and they're talking about how they want a divorce, I'm focused on the conversation between the two characters. And like, honestly, personally, I don't care that at a dining table. Now, what I've started doing is I will use scene description as punctuation. If character X says something, and then character Y says something, and then character X shouts at them, and then there's a pause, I might spend that time describing their facial features, or describing how the table is askew, or describing how the AC is too loud. And I will describe the environment as punctuation to this. But it's almost always I have to like make that effort. And that's like literally my blind spot as a writer. Personally, I think my character work is my strongest aspect. I think my dialogue is my strongest aspect. I think that my characters and their interactions is where I shine as a writer, which is why I think a couple of my players really connect with NPCs and SPCs I put forward. I have a Lancer character who's got a full visual description since I value the ability to visualize things. She's an NHP of which using her body, and I have a full spread of differences despite sharing a body. Yeah, writer differences are curious. Do people with aphantasia have dreams? So, I have dreams occasionally. I almost only have dreams where I wake up and then I'm like still like trying to go back to bed, and then like I only experience dreams, or I only remember dreams, as I should say, after I wake up and I go back to bed. So like I wake up at like 6 a.m. and then I like try to fall back asleep, which my body really does not like falling back asleep. But like if it's like 6 a.m., I might stay in bed until 9 a.m. Or if it's like 9 a.m., I might stay in bed until like 10:30 a.m. Where I'm half awake, half asleep. And that's usually when I dream. And when I dream, it is... Well, it's kind of like when I remember something. So I don't see anything in my dreams, right? But I can remember what the dream was about. So if I had a dream where person X walks up to me, slaps me in the face, and then runs away maniacally laughing, I didn't see them. I didn't feel that. In my mind's eye, they did not actually walk up and slap me in the face. But I remember that. And I, without actually any visual aid, can communicate to myself, like mentally. Okay, this person walked up to me and slapped me in the face and then ran away giggling. And like the pieces are all there. And that's kind of why like I don't experience images or voices, but I do experience thoughts. And it's this odd thing where I don't know how to describe this, but like my thoughts are like the pure distilled essence of whatever it's about, which is why I don't focus on physicality so much, which is why I'm so unfocused on like what people look like in writing or what a scene looks like. Because if I know it's a dark, spooky forest, the things that I think of when I think of that are dark and spooky and forest, not the gnarled branches twist around on themselves, like the braided rope of a hangman's noose stretching up into the air, trying to catch the birds of prey that would love to feast upon your eyes. Like that's not what comes to my mind. What comes to my mind is that it's dark and it's twisted and it's scary and it's spooky, and the vibes that I get from it. I don't have it, and I rarely have proper dreams, mostly nightmares. Being good at conjuring stuff in your brain isn't always a good thing. And you have to construct vocab and sentences around. Yeah, I have to like take the formless idea. The best way I can describe it, like this is such a weird pull. In Persona 5, if you have a treasure that is a manifestation of your distorted desire, and before you're aware that you have a treasure, it is just kind of like this nebulous little like nebula floating in the air that doesn't look like anything. It's just kind of like this cloud of vapor. This is what thoughts are for me. And I think the average person would have like a coalesced, like proper treasure that's like a crown or a painting or something. And they clearly know what it is, what it looks like, can touch it, can hold it in their mind. For me, it's just kind of like, I know what it is. I get the information from it, but I basically have to like, or another example, like all of my thoughts are zip files. Like everything in my brain is a zip file. And most people just like have uncompressed files. So like they pull up an image and they see the image when it pops up. For me, it's all compressed and like I have the information as a computer would. I just don't have the user interface of how to like look at it, which is so weird to me. Yeah, so I have to construct vocab and sentences around my thoughts after the fact. So I then have to come up with the idea of like, oh, there are gnarled like braids on the hangman's noose reaching into the air to strangle the birds of prey that would just as likely tear out your eyes. Like I have to build that around my initial conception where I didn't know what they look like. Did you notice how in that sentence I didn't say any color? Did you notice that in that sentence I didn't describe the texture of it or how it feels or what it looks like on the backdrop? Did you notice that I didn't mention anything about like the sky or the lighting or anything like that? Because I didn't have that in my brain. I just thought like when I think of this, I just think of like a tree, like a dark spooky forest. I think it's dark and it's spooky and there's like a tree. This is really a cool dip into conversation of reality perception. Yeah, exactly. Dreams are really odd for me because they're weird blind spots. Like no one has a face, but I know who they are. Interestingly enough, the one time I can see stuff in my mind is when I'm right on the cusp of sleep. I can't quite see them, but like it's like remembering something in real time, right? I'm aware of what is happening as if I was remembering it, but I still can't see it. Like it really is an interesting dip into conversation of reality perception. It's just cool. It's just fun. It's just neat. But I gotta go. It is 5 p.m. for me. I need to leave in a couple hours and I have not packed yet. I need to eat food. So thank you so much. This was actually really fun. I could have been so much more productive. If I didn't start the Q&A, I could have just been more productive and probably gotten through another biome. Whoop. Anyway, no stream tomorrow. There are going to be a couple voiceovers for the next couple days. Next week should be fine. I don't know if I'm going to get the girlfriend video out next week. My hope is to get the girlfriend video out next week. The issue is I don't have any time over the weekend to do it. And I need to update it for the new version that came out. Because the new version of girlfriend came out. So probably my hope is the week after. That's what I'm going to say. My hope is the week after girlfriend. Next week on Wednesday should be a normal stream. Friday will be another productivity stream. We'll go through another biome, hopefully more than one. And Saturday next week will be Titanfall. I will beat the final couple missions of Titanfall 2, and I will hopefully be able to open up a lobby to the community, and we can have some multiplayer. But thank you so much. This was so much fun, and I appreciate it all. Have a lovely day, night, evening, morning, whenever. Bye-bye.